Need to do my announcements. What are you working on today, Stefan?
Just my list of general chores.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing too big, stuffer.
Wow, wow, wow. Hello, future VOD viewer. I've been sent a DM by the Swedish man from 3 AM where he'd come up with a box versus capsule test, which he's going to put in his version 3.
3 a.m.? Huh?
Eh? Well, I wrote in like chat this morning, like, I was having like delirious thoughts last night about how to solve this. My brain, I don't know if I was dreaming or my brain was just like coming up with thoughts, but it was like... maybe I could just do like lots of line collisions. Do I still have paint? I still have the same paint open, that's funny. Like maybe if I just want to check between these 2 points, instead of having the cylinder, I could actually just do like a line collision here, one here, and then maybe some in the middle. Could have also worked. It's not perfect, but... I also had some like delirious thought about inverting the shapes. But I don't think that would have done anything. Anyway. Was a physics system, I guess. I think I might extract this any collision thing. I think this would be useful for line of sight checking as well. This is his intersects. Let's see. Yeah, we don't take template arguments here. How does this work then? You construct 2 circles. Oh yeah, by the way, I should also say, like, I had another thought which was related to what that guy in chat was saying. Where you have your 2 points, your circle, and your square. I feel like you could also just do, like, a circle check here, a circle check here, and then construct a square in the middle and do a check there. There's obviously a bit of overlap, like this would have been wasted space. But... so what, I guess? Hello, Autobush. How are you? This was another thought I had. Which I think this would work. Anyway. So what does he do? He draws a circle at both sides. And if those are already in, so that's yeah. He constructs a... don't exactly know how this works. Oh, okay, it's just the difference between the 2 points. That's fine. And we have a length. This is similar to what we were doing before. If the line is infinitely small, then there's no collision, which I don't know if that's necessarily true. But I suppose, you know, this covers the case that if it's infinitely small and it's within the circle, then that would resolve it. You're good. You're just back for some nice chill dev while you do your own. Oh, nice. What are you working on today? You like the 2 circle and rectangle approach. I have a feeling that's what Donut's given us here. One of the... I don't remember if you were here last night. We were working on this capsule on box collision yesterday to try and resolve bullets hitting walls. And we found that there's like non-trivial, right? But one of the approaches that we discussed was like growing the size of the wall by the radius of that line, of that capsule. To instead just do a square on line detection. Because then, you know, you just check the box here against the line running through the middle there. But then the problem was, if you grew the square to the radius of this, it would actually be off by like, what was it, square root 2, whatever. It's like, it's unrounded. Like, this section here would detect a collision incorrectly. So I think a big part of the work was him or Donut trying to work that out. Because I'm pretty shit at maths, I'll say. Let's see if that's what he's done. He's got the difference, the length, usual stuff. Works out a direction that the line is going in, and it's normalized. No, so he is doing box expansion. So based on the radius of the line, well, the center line of the capsule, I am just going to refactor this to box and this to capsule, because this is not library code, and I find it a lot easier to read this. What are you up to today? Let's see. So we expanding the box is getting the radius of the capsule. Okay, as discussed. Multiplied by. Now what's this? Absoluting the y and the x. Now this I don't understand. Suppose because the box could be it could be going in the negative direction, so you absolute it, so you're only growing it positively, you're not shrinking it. But why you do y and x, I couldn't tell you. Like why it's not x and y, I have no idea. In fact, would that even matter? I don't know. I suppose maybe it's because it's... How does that work? I have no idea. I was thinking maybe expands in reverse, but that doesn't make sense. What is expanding in reverse? It's shrinking. It's not useful. So I don't know what this is. Expanded box is the bottom left of the box minus the expansion, and the maximum is the max plus the expansion. So that's quite literally just making the box larger. And then the ray is, as usual, I think this is what we were doing before. We're constructing a ray from where the start of the capsule is in the direction that we've calculated here, to a particular length that we've also calculated here, and we're checking an intersection. So I think this is the magic number. This box expansion thing he's done here, this is the magic. However this works is special. You're working on a network layer for an external console application for your game. You want to have better logs than Unity provides and maintain them if it crashes and console commands, etc. sent back. I guess you're using it as like a telemetry sort of thing. Or not. Network layer for an external console application. So like if you had you have your main game running here and you have a separate like companion terminal application here, and you can send commands in the terminal, shoot it up to some server, and then it comes back to your game to do stuff. Something like vconsole 2 for source 2. vconsole 2. I haven't touched source 2. vconsole 2. It's the same as the in-game console, but it goes over the network. Is that it? That's really cool. vconsole 2. It's a standalone program that captures all output from the game console into a separate buffer. Unlike the Source 1 console, which I'm more familiar with. It's a lot more powerful. It lets you search through messages and also start processes, monitor game engine events, and more. Oh wow. They've done a lot. Yeah. That's cool. I'll raise the desktop audio a bit. Okay. Well, we can test this intersection code. Quite simply, in our physics system. You're not going to take it that far, but that's the vision. Hey, it's a nice vision. Let's see. There we go. So, do you need a wrong order? What? Sorry? Origin will be initialized after field direction. Box capsule. What? Is it because you want to have T defined? Do you want to be a float? Let's try building first. Maybe this is something else. Field designators. I can't really tell what this is doing. Oh, it doesn't, oh, you're not in the math. You are in the math setup. Hang on, I'm gonna get rid of the T for now, because this doesn't need to be, again, this isn't library code, so I can just make this float for now. I have no interest in, generic coding in this case. Ah, okay, this is where the problem is. The constructor of the array is in the code donut sent me. It's not constructing in the same way I've done mine. I do direction, origin, max distance. I guess he did it slightly differently. Okay, let's see. I made my revolver bullets pretty big last time. Hey. That's funny, the bullet actually gets destroyed before it hits the wall, in this case, because the bullet spray obviously doesn't match. So, I don't know if you can tell, but this green dot right here in the edge is actually where the wall is. It's obviously not the roundness of the tree, but it's this tile. So if you treat this green tile here as the edge, you can see that's really nice. You have to just like bend your mind a little bit and see that green square in the top corner is actually where we're looking. Now that's nice. As far as I really care, that looks pretty good. If I go back to bullets, what was it? Weapons? We make our revolver have a normal size again. So, I don't know, 0.25 or whatever. I want the rocket launcher to shoot a little faster so I can test that later. That's awesome. I'm gonna compliment him. Let's see. So our revolver now, the bullets actually kind of match. And again, you have to kind of suspend your disbelief a bit because the end of the wall is actually this. It looks about right. I need to have like a slow-mo button. That might be useful. Just set the tick rate, like, or the physics to be way slower somehow, so I could test things. It should be possible. Now the point being, I think when your bullets hit a wall, instead of being destroyed, they should spawn like a spark or something. That would look a bit less janky. But for now, this is a lot more correct. It's funny how like this gun's just a bit too slow to the point you can almost catch up with the bullets. Here we go. This is what I wanted to test. This it looks correct, and this is using actually the same bullet size as the bullet. Obviously, it's just spawning a big explosion, but this looks just about right, doesn't it? If there were to be a spark spawned when the bullet hits a wall, I think this would look perfectly normal. Which I could work on. I think I actually want to work on the walls exploding now, which is something I've been talking about for a while. And I don't think it'll actually be terribly difficult. I keep saying to myself. We have some code in the physics system I want to extract already. Let me think. This could be on the map. I think we have some functions here that could be stored in the map. Like checking for collisions within the map, for example. This, I guess not. This is being stored in some local var, I guess. This bit, though, I think we can. So I'll just say, I could change this to collides with wall. Can't do that. Awesome. So, well, this isn't quite the same as what I want. I basically want a function that gets me all walls within a certain space. So I'll make that in the map, I think. I mean, this could also be extracted there, I think. Because this is functionally what we want to do with line of sight as well, right? I think. Well, actually, we want the inverse of this for line of sight. Kinda. Like, if any section of the capsule collides, then they have line of sight. Whereas in this case, if any section collides, we don't. That makes sense. We destroy it. Interesting. I'm going to extract this to the map, because I think that's where it should be. I don't have a map. thing. It's annoying. Source file. Maybe I should. I think we didn't do this originally because the map had a bunch of magic that need to be in the header, but I think now there's a decent reason to have a source file version of map. Whee.
What do you think of my cliff that I've made?
Where have you put it? Discord.
Wait, I haven't. Not yet. Pause.
I think you know. Source system.
I've put it in Discord.
This looks nice. Is this one of those Pokemon style cliffs that you can jump down?
Yes.
Is it at a glance that looks perfect?
Okay, cool. I'm keeping that one then.
You inspired me to be a programmer too. Hell yeah, buddy. Is your avatar Yoimiya? Quick question. Quick pop quiz. That's awesome. Have you been doing it at like school or uni or something then? I don't know if this needs to be a vector of tile, but we'll see. So in this case, I'd like to have a function for my rocket launcher explosion to work out all the walls nearby. So some of this we can reuse, certainly. We don't need a center line, I think, because we actually want to be passing in... well, I mean, actually, I guess we could use the capsule, because, I mean, the explosion is probably not going to be moving. But, you know, I guess we can still do this capsule thing. So we might actually be able to reuse a lot of that function up there, that's what I'm thinking. Perhaps this stuff could be a local function. Hi, what do you need chunks for? Expanding your map. I understand chunks for dynamic loading in Minecraft Factorio, but your map's not that big for chunking. The map's huge. The map could be very, very big. Chunking's very efficient. In this case. You know, if I ever wanted to have like a final level, it's quite literally just an infinite wall, an infinite room. It's quite nice. This is, I don't even think it's a pre-optimization. I think we immediately saw a benefit when we started using chunks. It makes certain things a lot simpler. Like, you were talking about broad phase quite a lot. Right now I'm drawing everything on the screen all the time, but there's nothing to say that I can't, for example, check if a collision is within a certain chunk, and if it's not, discard it. Similar to doing a distance check, I suppose. But I imagine there's some fancy shit I could do to ignore chunks, start storing certain things per chunk, whatever. If the map starts having more dynamic elements in it, it's nice to only load them nearby. If I wanted to make level streaming, that's now basically done for me. If I wanted to start using a procedural generation that uses typical Perlin noise, simplex noise stuff, that work's already done in this sense of chunking. It's good. And also I just wanted to do it. I think it's fun. Let's see. So instead of just return true, we want we should be able to make one function out of this, I guess. So instead of returning true, we can max layers. I don't know where that normally is. It's in the physics system. That should be in map. Oh. Actually, I think if I build, you'll be happy. Oh. Is this not correct? Oh, maybe it's not in the name. Hang on, where is it? It's just in namespace Woho, I guess. So it's just max layers again. Yeah, that makes sense. This is also super expensive right now, because I think the level generator is technically not really doing stuff on these other layers, but we are checking through them. It'd be nice if there was an easier way to know how many tiles were on each layer. Anyway, this. So I think this is correct. So this is exactly the same basically as the other function, but the other function has like an early return on first collision. Obviously we could just use the same function and just return the set and say if it's not empty. And then we could even sort the set to work out which tile is closest to the bullet. Seems a bit much. Does it? I don't really know what happens right now if you shoot the corner. I don't know how that would look. Let's see. This stuff can be extracted, I guess. And then this stuff could just be a function with a lambda in it. Maybe even the in-map could be just called loop through all Loop through all tiles nearby. That could be useful. You in private, aren't you? No. No, you're not. I guess you won't. Oh. What's wrong? Okay. Hello, what's your game about? It's a 2D shooter. We're currently doing bullet collisions with walls, and today I'm going to make the walls blow up when you shoot them with a rocket. I think that'll be fun. Right now I've made a function, which is just a copy of our normal bullet destruction on wall function, but instead of just returning when we find any intersection, it's returning all intersections. We can get a list of all destructive level, yeah. So when we do this, instead of it just returning on the first thing it collides with, which I think you can kind of see, like, when I shoot a corner, it's kind of arbitrary where the explosion actually happens. So I suppose if we were to use this function, instead of returning early on the first collision, if we were to get all collisions and return the closest one, the rocket would actually blow up on the wall that it's closest to. The art's cool. I did make it myself. The background tiles are obviously from Pokemon Crystal, but everything else is my art, yeah. They're like, all this stuff, and like the rocket launcher and the guns and the player and the menu and all of this, but these like green, you know, the trees, the grass and the sand, this is from Pokemon Crystal, the background stuff. Just to have something to work with for now. This is not how the game will look longer term, but you know. Anyway, I was going to do this. I'm going to make a function that is just this. It's going to be called, well, do I want this to actually, maybe this is okay, hang on. I do like the idea of breaking early. What's a nice way to do this? You're currently working out DAGs for your micro-poly renderer. What is a DAG? Micro-poly? Micro-polygon? That sounds really... That was pretty interesting. What is it? Micro-poly. So you can have sub-pixel mesh details without blowing up your GPU. But the blowing up part is still happening. Oh, is this sort of like a 3D version of like rasterization or like you know, in 2D, if you know you have a line here, but your pixel size is like this, you know to fill in this space. But like if the line goes here, maybe you'd rather that this space was sort of like representative of it only having half a line on it. Or, you know, perhaps this one is half colored and this one's half colored, and so on and so forth. Because then if this big square here is a pixel, and you've got like a concept of a line going through it, how do you render this line to that pixel? Is it like that? But with 3D? Hello Josh, we're making a 2D shooter. Similar to Unreal Engine 5's Nanite. Was that the thing where it generated a bunch of level of detail for you? I haven't touched Unreal Engine 5. I've only ever used 4. Directed acrylic graph. DAG. Google says it breaks up independent processes to ease GPU use. Okay. So it's like a rendering optimization in this sense. That's also a part of Nanite. Okay. I remember that stuff from the UE5 trailer. It sounded so interesting. But now I'm not going to deduplicate. I'm just going to leave this. Forgive me. I want to go to my collision system. And now I do want to extract my explosions to their own place, I believe. Unless I want to have an explosion system, which I could do. That would be pretty ECS. Do I want to have an explosion system? Or do I just want to use that in the collision system? I don't know. Because I was, quite easily, you can just have this. Here is a list of all of our things that are explosions. And then we can go through our quad tree and check for explosions against other things, including players. But in here I could also, as well as the quad tree test, I could also do a map check for every explosion. Which also means that, like, I could apply damage to a wall based on its distance to the center of the explosion. So if there's multiple explosions at the same time, the wall would destroy instantly. Or, you know, maybe it needs to be hit twice, for example. You don't know why Epic spent... Oh, hey, Abdul. You don't know why Epic spent God knows how much money on Nanite just to allow people to ship games with unoptimized meshes. Did people indeed just start uploading their full fat mesh data into their games without baking level of detail? Full fat, yeah. Are you asking, like, do you only check for collision on the object? Are you asking, like, do you only check for collision on the collision or do you apply to other objects? Oh, I'm thinking out loud. Our current collision system, we have a big loop here going over all our bullets. We have a big loop here going over everything that's not a bullet. So this is usually players and enemies. And in here is where they check for... Entities are checking if they're being hit by an explosion. The reason this code is in here is because I was misusing this quad tree in the past. Instead of passing in the axis align bounding box of the explosion, I was passing in the transform, which meant that in my quad tree, which has split my level up into all these lovely squares, you know, however it looks, instead of checking, let's say the explosion is this big, instead of checking like everything in this big square, I was only checking for everything like right around the center because I was only passing in the transform. But now I'm passing in the AABB. I'm checking for everything nearby. So I can construct like a nice loop here for just explosions. And then I can have explosion code in here for hitting entities. But I could also in here, if I wanted to, have my wall destruction code. But I was wondering at what point in ECS I should extract that to its own system. I don't know. It's kind of arbitrary. Let's see. All explosions. So every entity with a collision that is an explosion, we test in the quad tree. Fine. Nice to remember how I want to split this up. We don't care about this, obviously. We did care about physics. Why are you not const? Did it not? Does donut intersects not work with const? It should. Okay, let's see, intersects. So obviously this is not true. Oh, actually, yeah, we should probably check if it's an explosion and not destroy stuff it's an explosion or a bullet. This is where we could check... Oh, no, actually, no, we check for things with health, in this case. If the entity that we're hitting has health, then we damage it. Simple enough. Bullets currently don't have health, but if we were to make bullets have health, they'd get hit by explosions too. That makes sense. Oh, right now we're ignoring bullets, I guess. That's fine. We can also remove this check in here. I might have to, I think in here also add a... If your entity is an explosion. And also maybe in here. Bullets do not need to collide with explosions. Well, actually, I mean, I guess in this case, explosions don't have health. So that's not an issue, actually. There's definitely a way to merge some of these loops together, or at least, like, extract some of this stuff. Maybe the intersects function could... Maybe this could be trivialized. But now having them as separate loops is actually kind of nice, even though it is code duplication, just because it makes it a bit easier to tweak it. I don't want to deduplicate too early, just in case I do actually want things to work differently. Let's see, so... We've got a loop of all explosions. We've got a loop of all not bullets. I guess this is actually all not bullets and explosions. Technically, we could just loop for things with health, but that's not really true, because we'll have physics objects that don't have health. Kind of a silly idea, isn't it? Why the collision system is ticking through health to have their invuln time? Why is this in here? That should be elsewhere. We construct our quad tree. The explosions are going to make the quad tree a little slow, unfortunately, just because they're quite a bit bigger than the usual entity, but so be it. I think this might just work, at least normally. Let's see, do our explosions hit things? So is the wall, obviously. Come on. Okay, it's not doing damage, but it is hitting. Let's see. So right now we're trying to get the health of our own entity, which is the rocket, which doesn't exist, obviously. So this wants to be... That should fix it. Oh, you're taking damage. And he's shooting me too. You see here, the line of sight code they're currently using is a bit shit. Like, he can see me through this. It's because of the painter's algorithm we were using, so... I plan on He just blew himself up. I plan on reusing the line of sight we were just using to replace the painter's algorithm, the actual thing. Okay. So map. Do we have the map in here? We don't. That's fine. Thank God we're just storing this in the context. God. That makes life quite a bit easier. You should be a reference, right? That's expensive. Bloody hell. Alright. Copying the map every bloody time. I mean, maybe it was optimizing that for me. I don't know. Is there a reason you can't be a reference? No. Okay. Let's see. Sorry.
Bless.
Dankjewel. We'll have this in here. Explosions to create. We'll have a standard vector of tile called tiles to destroy. Just like that. And we will clear that. Yeah. Bless you. Thank you. Which part of the automation do you think needs the most work? You're not familiar with CPP. Well, all the debug stuff is done expensively because I don't care. Like, when you see like lines being drawn on the screen and hitboxes, they're all recalculated every single frame because that's not going to be in like the final product, right? So I could optimize, like instead of every time you see the line of sight like laser on screen where the enemies are looking, that's a secondary calculation to that actual one. So that stuff I could extract, but I care not for it because it's a debug menu. I don't need it to run quickly. Currently, I think we're iterating over entities off screen and doing all the draw calculations, and then that's getting discarded when it's being rendered to the texture because the entity will be out of bounds of the texture. So we're going through a lot of process. Well, not a lot, but you know, we're applying animations and whatnot. Maybe if we had shaders at some point, we'll be applying shaders to something that'll just be discarded. So the drawing could definitely be optimized. But that's not a big deal right now either. The game's actually decently performant. We'd need to measure stuff. Yeah, I suspect my biggest FPS drops will just be inefficient use of like something somewhere. Like I'm accidentally copying the entire map every tick in physics system instead of passing a reference. So I don't want to pre-optimize because it's possible that the calculations I'm doing in the draw function are like 1 millisecond of delay, and me spending like a day or two fixing it is just not worth it. What do I like more? I love pizza. Pizza's better than burgers. Absolutely, absolutely. The ship. We've got our we got our map. Map.all collided walls. Weird that you want a map being passed in. We can get rid of that, certainly. That's a little cleaner, isn't it? And then this is just going to be get tile. I've also got not a ton, but a little bit of code duplication here or there, just as I sketch things out, and sometimes I don't really fix it. Just because I don't like the refactoring tools in VS Code, and I sort of leave it for when I'm feeling a bit more brain dead. I just want to do some like busy work. I'll do deduplication. I think there's a number of places earlier in development where we come up with like a maths a formula. You know, we'd write some sort of formula like difference or whatever, and we wouldn't have. I wasn't using, like, I didn't have this maths header yet with these formulas in it. So there'll be places where these formulas are written in line, and I'd like to use the maths header one instead, in case I ever come up with a better version. Then I can propagate that better version everywhere. Not a big deal though. I think the game runs quite well. By the way, we're in debug, and I'm streaming, and we're using entity, and entity on debug is quite heavy. I think all the hooks, all the debug symbols don't play well with having thousands and thousands and thousands of entities in memory all the time. So if we were to build this in min-size rel, I think it would run like thousands of FPS. What kind of math? Just basic stuff. Like, you know, if we're doing stuff with sine and cosine and getting a direction from a couple of vectors and that sort of thing. There's a few places early in development where those are just written in line in a function. But I've actually got a maths header now. So it would be nice to use this function, for example, get angle and scale, instead of somewhere where I've probably just written this out by hand. Not a big deal. You know how these projects go. There's always a little bit of duplication. Let's see, map collides with wall. There'll be a few places now we just need to fix where I'm calling this. It is perked up, but yeah, it seems simple. Oh, oh, maths. Regular maths or like a subset? I'm absolutely rubbish at it, so I'm impressed by anyone who can remember all of this. I have to look it all up every single time. Let's build first, it seems happy. General run-of-the-mill maths. Is it just everything? Like you have a section on like linear algebra and a section on discrete maths and a section on Euclidean geometry? I don't know. I've not done maths as a degree. You recently started your first programming job recently. Oh, congrats. They have an old C++ application they want someone to do and ask you how good your C++ was. Definitely not good enough for a full-time job. Well, maintenance is different to building from scratch, huh? In that case, you've got a good reference point, being the program you're already working on. What do you normally do again, Husky? Language. Here we go. Yeah, I know it's no discard. I know. I just want to... I thought C++ let you push a collection into another collection. Does it not have that? Maybe not push back, but like append or like add all from in place, maybe? In place back? Maybe in place back. It's C++ from before 03. Oh, it's like old C++. Oh dear. No lambdas, no quality of life. It's you've got C with classes, maybe. I mean that sounds interesting as well, though, right? It's quite common, I thought, in older industries that their systems were built in like the 80s, and they just need like anyone to maintain them. You took linear algebra your first semester, but a lot of the high-level classes are more difficult versions of classics like diff equations, equalizations, calc, and there's hella proofs and logics under analysis. You're smarter than I am. Say that. Good luck. How are you enjoying it? Hello, Tipix. How's it going? It's going good. I thought C++ vectors had a way to construct, to pass in another vector of all elements. Is that not true? I'm going to look at cppref. Not c++.com, cppref. I thought there was like, I thought in place back or something you could just place an entire constructor in. Because obviously you can just do a for loop. You can just say for every element in this other array, put it in here. But I thought... C+ vector, append another vector. Okay, it's a common Google. Insert. Ah, you do insert a.begin, a.end. We can use ranges maybe. There's an insert, begin, end. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we want to insert from tiles to destroy.end to... I guess we'll have to store this separately. I thought maybe there was a way to do it better. And maybe there is. We'll find out in just a second, I'm sure. I mean, I guess I could make it so tiles.destroy, you pass in a vector which it appends to, and then it returns it. I could do that, right? So all collided walls, we could have it so there's like a... There's an optional... I don't know, just a vector of tiles. And we can default construct that as such. So if you don't pass one in, it'll make one. This one. But this maybe helps. But obviously I want you to be a reference. You actually would have to pass one in, so it can't be default constructed. I mean, currently this is my only use for it, so I can simply make it a void and just have it fill up a set. Maybe. And instead of doing this, we just directly push back in here. Obviously this means you could get duplicates and whatnot. So perhaps instead of a vector of tiles, we could have a unordered map, which would take up a little bit more space in memory, but it would prevent duplicates at least. I kind of overuse unordered map. I don't know. I was always a big fan of these kinds of things. I'm also thinking maybe there's no hash function for tile. Yeah, we're just doing it. We'll just do a vector for now. Let's not over-optimize. Let's get it working first. Yeah, actually, you should be a ref. That's fine. And you should be a ref. That's fine. And then we go back. And we'll change that function to be called like... where is it? All collidable walls. Is that not what it's called? Tiles to destroy. And I'll rename the function to append all collidable walls. It's a little silly. You're working on the bubble blaster, right? I'm working on a rocket launcher. So in here, we've got our tiles to destroy. This is not deduplicated, which is why I kind of wanted to make it an unordered set. Because you can't destroy something twice. Reference to a joke, rage bait. No! I can't believe you baited me. Equations that move around xy plane based on time could be loops or go infinite, but you can have a system of equations where x blip and y blip are functions of x and y. Sounds fancy. I'm subbing for that, Goober. Oh. Can't believe it. Alright, can I make you an ordered set? Maybe it's chill? Maybe it's chill? maybe it's fine? Fingers crossed. Do I need to come up with a way to hash you? Maybe not? What is it in place? Yeah. Yeah, it's just in place. Yeah, Mom. Is it const being... Is that a problem? Ah, we don't have a hash. I have to come up with a hashing function for tile. Wait, hang on, not tile. Get tile. Hang on, if I uncomment this, is the other next one gets broken. Okay. Fine. What kind of hashing function? What are we already using for other things? Maybe I'll just have a tile hash? I don't know if that should be in tile or not. Maybe I can just do this? And then this is how... do I just hash it based on the net? No. Hang on, how on earth? Oh no, this doesn't work. The tile doesn't have a position. This is why this doesn't make sense. I need to store map positions, which is way easier than what I'm currently writing. We want an unordered set of vec2 tile positions, or vec3, because we want to make sure we're getting it on the right level. Okay, hang on. This is actually a lot simpler than I've made it out to be. I thought for a second tiles had the position on it, but that's not true. We actually want to place in here a tile position. Bam, 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 bam. Couldn't use a grid-based DDA for line of sight. Oh, you're on YouTube, right? I'm also co-streaming on Twitch if the delay there is better for you. Grid-based DDA. What is a DDA? Currently line of sight, our old line of sight is I keep calling it Painter's algorithm. I hope this is the right way to say it. But like we basically draw, like this would be the line. We basically like do a fill like this and say, if any of these are walls, then there is no line of sight. However, we've now got this lovely actual collision detection. So I'm going to use that. I just need to replace it. Digital differential analyzer. Digital differential analyzer. Was it graphics algorithm? It's used for interpolation of variables from an interval from start to end point. It's a rasterization of line. Is that this? Alright. This might just be what I'm already using. I think this is some form of Bresnans or something. Brenshams. Bresenhams. Bresenhams? Yeah, we're doing functionally Bresenhams. We're doing this. I think something like this. It's not a big deal. We're gonna remove it. I mean, I'll leave the algorithm in place in case I want to make a special gun that shoots Minecraft lava that only goes in squares. Just set the speed on 2 until it's caught up. I guess you could refresh, but then maybe you'd lose some bits. I have a feeling that every time I compile, the stream gets a little bit behind because it overloads my computer. You're an IVEC 2. So actually, I want a... You should be an IVEC 3. Whoops. I wanted a set of IVEC 3. And then... Are you... How broken is it if I make you also have the tiles end? Because then I can pop this in pretty happily. I was kind of hoping this might just work. And then this gets crushed down to a 2. So whatever I put in this last one doesn't matter. I think that's true. Is there no IVEC 3 hash? In which case I'm going to have to write that as well. Switch to Twitch. Hello. Yeah, we'll see if it's any better. Is that a water or in a beer glass? Yes. Big tankard. It cost £1 in IKEA like a decade ago. What's your typing speed? 120 to 150? I can test it now. Monkey typer. Let's see. Reject non-essential. Monkey typer. Oh, I put an all caps on. Whoops. Let me restart. My words per minute was pretty shit. It's 117. I think if I'm proper warmed up, I can get 125 to 150 pretty easy. But I've also got my keyboard in gaming mode, so I was mistyping. My bad. Anyone feel like explaining hashes? Is it not a maths thing? Basically, you want a way... What we're doing here with hashes is we're trying to use a set, and the way that you interrogate the set for an item is by a hash, and the hash in this case is a unique identifier that you construct based on an object. So if your object is just an integer, then the integer itself could be the hash. But in this case, we'll do it together and I'll show you. IVEC 3 hash. So this is what I'm going to use. The way that we construct a unique hash, like a unique integer, out of an IVEC 3, so an integer vector 3 integers in a vector, x, y, z, is we perform this bitwise operation on x, y, and z. And that's unique. Pretty shit in 117. I'm pretty good at typing. I'm a big rhythm game player, so I like playing quick typing. I like typing. I do a lot of typing. I know I can do better. But then again, it's not real words per minute if you're sitting there playing monkey typer for half an hour. You know, that's... When I'm typing in VS Code, I'm definitely doing more like 100. And then I'm mistyping, and you have to find weird symbols on your keyboard, like colons and stuff, and hashes and all that. That slows you down quite a lot. Anyway, IVEC 3 hash we've already got. So on an unordered map, and blah blah blah. Can I just do that? And you? And then that should work. Okay, fine. Hang on a moment. Oh. Why reuse? So this should be breaking wherever we're calling it, because originally we were putting this to like an array or something, with vector. Tiles to destroy, you are now a unordered set of ivec3 with ivec3 hash called tiles to destroy. Fine. And then down here we should have a set of discrete tiles. This semicolon isn't doing anything. These are all the tiles we should be able to destroy. So this is where I need to do the work. How I'm going to delete a tile from the map. And for now, I could just replace the type with a floor. See if that works. There's get tile. I suspect I should have a set tile as well. This will be tile position. So, you get me a copy, not a reference. I'm wondering if I change this to reference, if I can actually in place change the tile type directly. That would be kind of sick. Right? We can't exactly return a tile reference, I guess, if there's no tile there. It would have to be an optional ref wrapper. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just have a set tile function, which we do have. Hang on. Why were you not visible? Are you private or something? You're not private. Hang on, why is set tile not showing up? We should even be using that in some places, right? Yeah. That's how we generate the map, actually. Map.set tile. Why are you not? Oh, this function is not marked const. That's a pain in the ass. You're a const map. How about not? And we want to set this to a tile. Dirt. I don't know. How does randomized tile normally work? I just have to construct it. Let's see if that works. Hey! This is out of bounds, by the way. So this is why it's not colliding. This stuff here, these are not walls. Holy shit. Destructible levels. The next step is to spawn walls around it, by the way, if you're wondering. And then we could be able to blow up the walls. So what I can do in my level is turn off enemies for a second, turn off rooms. Actually, turn off lots of rooms, lots of things, lots of steps. Generate level. It crashed. Too expensive. Hang on a moment. No enemies. Lots of rooms. But with not many floors. Maybe... Man, I make it way too easy to crash my program. I just wanted to experiment with a room that had man, this mouse is going crazy. Yeah, the game crashes way too easily. Okay. Well, not a big deal. Here we go. We got blah. Then what we need to do is we need to reiterate over the tiles to destroy, and we need to have a function here to check for blank space around it and set it to a wall, which is what we do in level generation. So I just need to extract that function. Oh, hang on, you guys explaining hashing. Let me reach out. Also, hello, by the way. A hash is the same inut. Oh, same in, same output, which makes it easy to find unique items in a data or compare if data is the same. Let's say you have a massive data set and you're in a time-critical application, instead of searching in a linear way by indexing. Yeah. It's basically, I'm using an unordered set for two reasons. One is because it guarantees unique items. There are no duplicate tiles in my set. If you hash a tile and then put that into an unordered set, if that item's already in the unordered set, nothing happens. There's still only one of it. Whereas if you're appending this into like an array, your array can have duplicate tiles, which would then mean that I'm calling this loads and loads of times, because multiple explosions can hit multiple tiles in one frame, and that'd be a mess. And the other thing is you have order 1, big O notation, order 1 accessibility. If you have a big hash map, you only need the hash and you can instantly pull out the piece of information you want without iterating over the whole thing one by one. Which is what I think chat's explaining to you. Yeah, it's a way to... Essentially, you are, instead of storing it in arbitrary index, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, whatever, like an incremental index, the index is derived from something about the object, which is what the hashing function is. You decide how you hash it. So in this case, the vec3 we showed you, we do a bitwise operation on x, y, and z on the vec3 to construct something unique. Which is why this is all very quick. So, somewhere in map, or maybe in level generator, we are already converting air into walls. Let's see. Generate walls. Here we go. So this is pretty basic. It basically just iterates around the floor. And if there's no floor there, it puts a tree there. I can reuse this function to instead check for there being nothing there in the map. Word of warning for wall collision, make sure you have two-way walls for explosions. The capsule collision, I think, does take that into account. Donut sent me this overnight. He sent me this at 3 AM. We streaming this yesterday for like 3 or 4 hours trying to work out a good way to do capsule on box collision. This has a, I think it checks the reverse. Or at least, well, the raycast checks the reverse as well, I thought. Maybe? Direction inverse? Min inverse? Min selection? I think this does cover two-way collision. It should be okay, regardless. Anyway, that's something else. I want to grab this and well, I mean, I could just duplicate it as well. Let's see. This is really do something for all for all tiles surrounding floor tile coordinates. And we could just have a lambda in here, and then in the generates full walls function could pass in this into the lambda, and our other function could instead check for map.contains, for example. Interestingly, is this layering walls up on each other? This may be constantly setting walls over and over and over again, which is a little silly. Instead of floor tile coordinates.contains, we could do map.get tile position is blank. I don't know what position the floor is on. Is floor being set on position 0? I think so, yeah. 0. I should extract that. Sorry, that should work. If the tile is empty. Oh, I guess it's just constructing tile air. Fine, that works too. And then we can actually just reuse this. Yeah, actually we can totally just reuse this now. That should be okay. If there's no floor there, put a tree there. We're really just using that dead equals 0 thing everywhere. This is going to bite us in the arse when we start using deb. But we're not right now. So it's okay, right? That tile right now is only putting stuff on position 0, so fingers crossed. Not have to worry about it for now. In which case, I might put this on map. I might extract this. I'm just going to say, instead of generate walls, I'm going to have a function in map. I'm going to still be called generate walls, I guess. Maybe. How about map, what would you call, like, what's the thing when you're making like a bar of chocolate in a factory and they coat it in chocolate? I guess coating. Coat air in chocolate. No, it doesn't really work, does it?
Chocolate? Huh? Replace
Replace surrounding air with walls. So I guess you don't have the level generator. Level generator system hash. You have map, so chocolate. Huh? Why is this so much more complicated than the hash we're using here? Is this dumb? I don't know why these are quite so vastly different. I hope that that's not a problem. So you pass in an unordered set of floor tile coordinates, and if the tile there is air, then we set the tile to 3. I guess we could pass in a function to randomize what tree it is. For now, let's remove the random tile thing and just make it tree directly. That's okay. I might actually surround the game in other tree. That way we can see which parts of the level are actual walls and which parts are just out of bounds texture that's been drawn lots. Because that's how the game works, by the way. Everything outside of the level is, it looks like a tree, it's actually just nothing. There's just a texture that's perfectly aligned with the map. Anyway, Eto. Eh? Generate walls. Here we go. We'll say map dot surround. No, I don't need to build it first. What did I call it? I thought I called it surround. Oh, I fucked something up. Who'd have thought? What did I do? I somehow got rid of the end. Oh, where was this before? Oh. Like that. I guess. Oops. Will destructible cells have health? Not for now. Yeah, we can totally add health. Let's just do one thing at a time, huh? Fast shooting guns will annihilate the terrain. Yep. Isn't that fun? This is so far beyond anything you've done in C++. I'm baffled you can keep track of everything. I'm baffled the maths guys can keep track of the maths. The goalpost just moves. Linker error. Oh, I fucked something up. Generate walls. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. Now this is what we want. Map dot. Replace air with surrounding walls, and then we pass in floor tile coordinates. In fact, a lot of this stuff should probably be on map. Although, was it originally on map and then I extracted it to the level generator system? I don't know. I should probably regenerate the navigation areas when you blow up walls. That's going to get expensive. A good reason to add health to walls is just so you don't have to calculate navigation quite so often. Check this out. Clearly not working yet. But you can see which walls are walls, right? Because this like fir tree looking thing is actually a wall, and this round tree is not. What you will see is, because I'm not updating the navigation areas, is if I go somewhere that was previously out of bounds. So if I go over here, they probably can't find me. But they can find me in line of sight, that makes sense. But I think they wouldn't be able to A-star to me. Oh, interesting. I guess line of sight was a really smart idea as a backup. Because if they can see you, they just move at you. That's actually kind of a nice little side effect. You can't tell. They need a slightly different shade. I mean... Yeah, I mean, we can do that. So. He's struggling to get CS code to work. CS code? Oh, VS code. But C++, C#, Git, and GitHub, all of it. You could use profiles. You could have different profiles per language or something. Or different accounts. Anyway, the tree thing is temporary. It's just for debug purposes in this case. In my collision system, here we go. This is the problem. Quite easily, for every tile and tiles to destroy, you are expecting a unordered set IVEC 2 called floor tile coordinates, and you are an IVEC 3. Ah, that's annoying. How about I start using IVEC 3 for this stuff? We don't care about the actual Z direction in this case. Replace surrounding walls. But we should be using IVEC 3 in most places. There is technically a Z component, even if we're not making use of it. So this should break the level generator system, I think. Unless it's able to just neatly resolve that. Yeah, I didn't think so. Let's just replace all of these. Yeah. Because now we've got exploding walls and stuff, I would kind of like to maybe consider using Vec 3s. Unless that really overcomplicates things, in which case we just have to control Z. Obviously our map is using... Are you using Vec 2 for anything? We got IVEC 2 hash, of course. Line collisions is using IVEC 2, that's just fine. That's it, actually, hang on. Okay, nice. I think our map's already written with IVEC 3s in mind, which is correct. That's good. We're just making the level generator system actually match our map now. So set tile floor 0 makes no sense. We just pass in the floor directly now. Anyway, basically we've got this like comma 0 we can kind of nuke. Hang on a moment. The Roomba's working on floats? That seems odd. Maybe not actually. So like our map is like this grid, right? We have a Roomba just sort of moving around semi-naturally as it does this. This is how we're generating our level, basically. And then every time it like passes over like a tile, it's dropping a floor like this. I guess actually the fill tool would make perfect use here. You know, it's saying this stuff, this is all floor, this is floor, this is floor, this is floor, 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 floor. This is basically how the level is made. And then occasionally it generates a room, so it just splats some walls down. Whoops. And then at the end, it goes through. Maybe this is a nice visualizer, chat. If you didn't know how the level was made. It just goes through and like puts walls down. Like this. Everywhere that there's air next to a floor, basically. And now what we're doing is when we blow up a wall, we're actually replacing that wall with a floor, and then we're drawing the wall again. So we're just expanding, like so. Isn't that cool? So on and so forth. You can type in multiple places. Control D. If you highlight something and press Control D, you get a multi-line. Or if you middle click and drag. You had a bug when multiple bullets hit one cell at the same time and all bullets got destroyed. You could probably have that as well. I don't think that'll happen. How did that happen in your case? I can't see how that would happen for me. Did I just break my level generation? Let's find out. Looks normal at a glance. Hey, look at this. I blew myself up. Hang on. You were saying that you want me to slightly recolor something, right? Here's Ace Bright. I don't remember wall tile. Where do I put this stuff usually? Don't make a new folder. Am I actually just grabbing it from this? Hang on a moment. Well, I guess it would be render gameplay. Oh, we are using gsc.png. Okay. Which tree is it? This one. So I'm just gonna do this. I don't know, just something. The tree looks kind of like dead or something. Two players shoot the same cell at the same time, or the first bullet hits the back and the second hits the front. That shouldn't happen in my system. Yeah, look, here we go. This is a little bit more obvious, right? And because it's a completely different shade, you can actually see when I'm talking about, like, the collision, the cylindrical collision of the bullet hitting the wall. Like, now it makes sense, right? What engine is this? We're not, it's our own engine, I guess. I'm using libdonut as a rendering framework, a wrapper around OpenGL. Yeah, look at this. Obviously, it's not constructing walls if there's floors nearby. But look, I can just burrow into the edge of the level like this. It's nice that I accidentally picked this dirt like this. You're new to game development. Oh, no worries. I mean, you wouldn't know without asking, I think. I'm using VS Code, but I guess there's no way really to tell that it's not like some engine. Are you working on a project? I will say the explosion's quite strong, so we could store like damage levels on the tile somehow. Why VS Code? I mean, a few reasons. One is I use it at work, so by using it for my hobby, I get better at the tool I use at work. The other thing is like it's pretty common these days for C, C++ development to use VS Code. It's portable. I have the same... I can load this project on my MacBook and on my Steam Deck, and it runs all the exact same way. I just log into VS Code, I get my plugins, I clone the repo, it works perfectly. The VS Code's actually quite good for this. It just sucks in a few ways. Cool, isn't it? You're trying to learn Godot, it's pretty good for beginners. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Godot. How did you start out with C++? I mean, I think the first time I really used it was at university. I did like a course in it. And then I did my final year dissertation and I made a procedural golf game in Unreal Engine. And then this project, and then also at work. Yeah, radii for damage levels. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say like, based on the distance to the explosion is the amount of damage a wall can take. I think Minecraft has something like certain blocks have like explosion resistance, like obsidian is really, really strong, stone is okay, and then like wool has like no resistance. So it takes damage based on the distance to the explosion. If it hits 0, then you destroy the wall. But as a proof of concept, isn't this incredible? I don't even think we need to do anything too complicated. We can just say, in our loop here, in collision system, I don't think we need a special algorithm for it. Instead of tiles to destroy, like we can leave this as the same, like tiles to destroy, replace surrounding walls, fine. In here, where we are here, we're appending all collidable walls. We could actually use a similar formula to what we're doing for health. And like check. Instead of appending all collidable walls directly into this thing, we could return all walls that would be affected, deal damage to each of them, and then if their health is 0, add it to our little set here, and then reset the health back to whatever tile. You meant native to the projectile, so all objects could take variable damage. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just sort of like an arcadey game. I feel like if you get hit by a bullet, you get hit by a bullet, right? I think that might be overcomplicating things. The explosion, it definitely makes sense. Enemy. Enemy. If we give him a bit more health, we give him like 5 health. I definitely think if we group a bunch of enemies together, the ones closest to the center should take the most damage to the explosion. So if I spawn a level with many enemies... Man, that's slow. I think all the explosion calculations are slowing things down quite a bit, because I think right now all these mice are blowing up the level behind me. Certain blocks have blast resistance, yeah. Do you think giving the mice rocket launchers was a bad idea? I'm gonna give him a revolver. And the revolver is gonna shoot. Slow again. Oh, in Minecraft, is it just blast resistance? Okay. That needs to be way faster. This needs to be like 20. If the bullets are too slow, your own velocity has too much of an impact on it, and it starts to look weird. I think this is more normal gameplay, right? Obviously without the debug view. And the bullet needs to be... I need to make a better sprite for the bullet that's less shit. Man, the mice are so good. They have such good aim. I did draw the sprites. I mean, the background, this is Pokemon Crystal, but the sprites are all mine, yeah. Anyway, look, if I generate a level with many mice, and I disable their guns. Here's many mice. Man, that's slow. It'll obviously be faster in release mode, but... I mean, even now, the fact that this is running at, like, probably 30 FPS or something? What was this? Yeah, it's like 30 FPS with, like, the debug view on, and, like, millions of mice pointing their guns at me. This is pretty good. This will be, like, 100 in release, and this is without any optimizations at all. This is all done pretty meh. As I start to remove some of the mice from the world, the frame rate immediately gets better. The mice should definitely not be taking 5 rockets to destroy. I guess they're getting hit by the bullet and the rocket as well, by the way. I thought that was fun. Like I said before, like if someone threw a rocket at your head, that would hurt, right? It's not just the explosion that should do damage. Looking pretty good, right? Anyway, I'm gonna put the tree back to how it looked before, just because I think the purple looks terrible, but you get the idea, right? Legit millions of mice. Millions of mice. While we're at it, I don't know if you showed me our destructible blocks with health. I'll have a look. Your game's coming along well. Let's have a look. 2D top-down game tank arena, 16 players showcase. I mean, you linked me this. I don't know if it was this video, but you've linked me something like this. This is cool. It's all networked, right? Or is it local? I don't remember. It was networked, right? Yeah, it's pretty nice. I like it. Make a fat mouse as a boss who has a random chance of spawning.
Fat mouse?
Fat
Round? Tubby?
Small! I could blow up walls with my rocket launcher. Check this out. It's what I've been basing you all with for like a month. I also made the rocket launcher shoot really quick.
No, the mice are blowing up. Why? Oh, that looks good.
It's cool, right?
Yeah, that's fun. Can we just make a deforestation game, please?
You want to just make Minecraft?
Can we just make a deforestation game?
I mean, with the engine I've got now, I could very easily make like a Minecraft clone.
Make it a deforestation game and give the little treasure mice like the little ranger hats.
Yeah.
They're stopping you from deforestation.
Okay.
Because you have a rocket launcher.
That is actually that's a pretty good like game jam idea. Man, the minimap's so cool. I do know what you mean when you say it's like a minimap game now, but like it's kind of sick. I like look at the minimap when I'm moving around and like that makes it exciting somehow. I think the bullet getting your velocity does make it feel a little weird though.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
The mouse putting the small gun at you. Threatening violence.
What the heck?
Maybe?
Threatening violence with the mice? Man, what a song. Alright, anyway, so we have a few things we could do. We can either make it so the rocket launcher just... It destroys walls based on the radius of the explosion. So if I make all of these normal... If we draw a circle like this, We could say that, or even like this, we could say that the center of the circle is here, and anything with a distance of less than some amount takes a certain amount of damage, and you check some hard-coded explosion resistance to see if that is enough. So let's say the rocket does 10 damage. So over here would be 0, this would be 10, this would be 5, if you can read that. And we could say that maybe the wall has explosion resistance 3. So everything above 3 damage will kill it. So any wall within like this ring would be destroyed, for example, or if it's or this. So then you destroy these. So the walls wouldn't like remember their damage. It would just be how close are they to the epicenter. I think that would be a good start. But then it's whether or not you think walls should have anything to not add health to cells. Yeah, I'm thinking like adding health to cells might make the game more painful. What you could also do is just have a flag to say like has been hit by explosion, and if it's been hit by an explosion, just assume that its explosion resistance is like pretty low or halved. You know, that way you're not storing health, you're just storing like a 1 byte that could be stored somewhere neatly. Because I think in our tile, oh, this isn't it. Here? Oh, for fuck's sake, map copy? Alright, indexer. We're already storing some shit, like, if it has collision. This is where we put like our explosion resistance. But the health, we do have space in here for that. I think. Like we could replace this uint 16T with a uint 32T called flags. The first 16 bytes could be the nav area and the other half could be data like health. Oh, in fact, you know, that's, you know, we don't have to be so fancy. We could just say uint 8T health, for example. 0 to 255 is quite a lot. Yeah. I don't think this is that bad for performance. Right? 1 more byte per tile. If there's a couple thousand bytes, it's a couple thousand bytes. It's like loading a PNG is more than that, and this is being stored. I guess we could just do it. It's a video game. We can just do stuff, you know. Let's just vibe it out. Health and then explosion resistance can be like set it 10 by default. Resistance. Let's just say max health. And then the explosions do damage to them, but then if we have other bullets damage them, that could also reduce their health. It doesn't just have to be explosions. I think if you shot a wall 56 times with an Uzi, it might want to blow up as well. Did I just call it max health? Yeah. This wants to be a uint 8T. Return max health. I guess tile type is not needed. No, it is needed. Hang on. Something like that. This is some macro magic, but you pass in a type. If the type yeah, this is true. This should work. Resistance is not needed to be different to every exposure. Yeah, I don't think resistance is what we want here. I think just having a generic health is fine. And so I'm going to make it so trees have... this is fine. Whatever number I'm coming up with here is fine. 10 is fine. And then what I do is when I construct a tile, I should set the health to whatever the tile is for that type. I think that is valid, right? We can have a function called like set health. And then later on when we're resetting the tile, actually I think when we're resetting the tile we should just give it a new tile to become. Hello Danny. How are you? My music just stopped. How did you do that? Have you been listening to tunes, Chris? Is this some fucking AI ass Pokemon music? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I don't want to listen to that nonsense unless you made it yourself, in which case I don't want to listen to that nonsense. 90s Toho album. The fuck? What? What is this? Why did you choose C++ instead of C#? Because I wanted to. I like C++. And for my use case, I think it's better. I like... C++ more for game dev. I also use it at work, but having access to move semantics and all that's quite nice. Knowing when you can copy or reference something, manage memory. It's custom. This is custom engine. It's not Unreal. Custom engine. Oh, yeah. All right. So let me see. Thank you, Danu. I don't know if I'm amazing, but there's some amazing people helping me. Oh, I guess the tile needs to also have a constructor where you construct it with a tile. That makes sense. Is that true? I'm gonna just have like a default as constructor with nothing in it. A little worried I might be constructing a bunch of tiles with health 0. Not to worry. Why are you angry? Yeah, I guess I've destroyed the, I'm using a designated initializer now. This music's nice. You know what we could do? We can actually have this. The default. Like this. You're not happy with that? Oh, I guess this makes sense. Remind me to re-perform this on explosion. Our flood fill should probably... We should have a function to combine two navigation areas, right? That makes sense to me. So that means, like, the way our thing works, right? We have, like, a series of interconnected areas, like this. It's just the level. This is area 1, this is area 2. Right now, if you blow up a wall, like so. Oh, that's not, that looks terrible. Like this. What navigation area is this white section? Right now, I think it's probably just defaulting to 0 or something. But realistically, it should keep the navigation area of the room that is biggest next to it. And then also flood fill that. That work needs to be done. What I should do is on destruction, form like the flood fill algorithm again. Work out which rooms are connected, which rooms have the biggest or the most entities, the most tiles, and then give every tile that navigation area. Which is a little expensive, but you know. This is what you get if you want destructible walls, eh? You can also defer it, because it's basically only used for navigation. So what if they can't A-star path you? Maybe they don't want to walk through the explosion for a second, you know? Right. Let's see. So... Append all collidable walls is going to be changed. Shocker. I'm actually going to return a set of tiles again and call it get all collided walls. Like so. You are going to construct tiles, and then at the end you're going to return tiles. I believe that looks cool. And then obviously you want to be that as well. And you don't want that. Why are you upset? No discard. That's fine. So now, in our collision system, we want to get all collided walls. I'm going to store that in a const auto all collided walls equals this. And now we want to do damage to them. Now, do we do this in this loop? I kind of think so. It's now. Did we use uint 8t? That might be problematic because we're going to be doing minusing. We're going to have to make sure we don't accidentally set the health to overflow and become 255. For now, let's say for const auto wall in here. Oops. Scotland. This is now a list of these. Map needs to have a function called map.damage tile at wall position. And we want to damage it with how much damage a rocket launcher does. So for now, let's just say 5, and then we'll base this on the radius in the future. And I'm going to say that's going to return if it's been killed or not. If it's been destroyed, then all what did I call it? To destroy? Tiles to destroy? Dot in place position. So I'm gonna say tiles to contains. So if we haven't already wanting to destroy that tile, and the map's function damage tile returns true, then we'll append it and then we'll destroy it as usual. We now need to have a function in map that does that, so... Whoops. You need to be bool. You want to have a vec3, vec3 position. Uint 8t damage. I'm just going to say get tile at position dot health. Obviously minus equals damage here will overflow, but this is the idea. Are you a ref? Let's say we want a reference to that, if they'll let us do that. Am I not allowed to do that? That's a shame. Oh, I can't modify this now, right? Because it's const. That's annoying. Okay, let's just say if... I guess I could use a pointer. Oh, maybe not. Well, the pointer can be const. Yeah, fuck it. Let's not complicate things. If the health of the tile there is less than or equal to damage, return true. Then we also want to set its health to 0. Oh, actually, we could the tile could maybe have this function itself. So now the tile wants to have this function on it too. Just a function called damage. Pretty simple stuff, right? Doesn't need to be complicated. At which point I'm sure there's, you know, clamp or min or set health to minimum between, but whatever. This is very legible enough. Maybe health would be... well, whatever, who cares? First reduce health, then STD mat. Yeah, I knew there'd be some other thing, but I think this is fine, right? If it's less than or equal to damage, then we set it to 0. I think this is fine. This is readable. This is perfectly readable. You want to be a no discard, don't you? Let's see. So this should make it so it takes 2 rockets to destroy a tile. I think. Now, I don't know if this will break something. Like, when we set tile, is that correctly setting it back to having max health? You question me. That's clearly not working. Let's see what's not working. If Tiles to Destroy doesn't contain the position, Tiles to Destroy... This is not working. Alright, this is never returning true, I guess. Right. What library am I using? For what? What do you mean? I seem to be resetting the health somewhere. Must be performing a lot more collisions than I thought I would. Sorry if you just had MS Paint on the screen for a while. Oh. I'm using Live Donut as a wrapper around OpenGL, and I'm using Entity as my ECS library. Okay, this isn't working. Why is that? Surely it's not reconstructing the tile constantly and resetting the health, is it? That would be annoying. Around SDL2. SDL2 as well, but also OpenGL. Bernard said he's calling a lot of OpenGL stuff directly. But yeah, SDL2 is in there as well. Hang on a moment. Is it constantly reconstructing tiles somewhere? Where? Empty chunk. Oh. No enemies, please. Great. Apparently I'm constructing a tile right now. Ah. Well. Makes sense. I need to work it out. I don't know yet, Div0. Whatever. I'm guessing it's this here when this is being constructed. Air should have, I mean, 0, obviously. That side. Oh, I can have health of 1. That's okay. That's a treat. Yeah, I guess right now I'm colliding with air. That explains that. Fine. We can start with 10, because that should instantly destroy it, right? Regardless of the max health. Because 10 is the max health right now. Yeah, I mean, obviously that still works just fine.
made a funny bug. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
I have to send you a video on WhatsApp because it doesn't work like that. Here you go.
Yeah, I've got that much. Let's have a look. Where's my phone? Oh, I left it in the kitchen. I'll just open it on web WhatsApp. Maybe I should just get a third monitor. I feel like I'm always opening stuff over OBS. Let's see. Why is she blinking and jumping so much? This is like that video of the feeding bird you showed me, where it's being fed like soup, whatever.
Oh yes.
Yeah, this is clearly not working. That's cute. I think it's either replacing the tile with a copy of it, so its health is getting set reset. Like somewhere we are. Replacing it or something. I don't know. I guess get tile could, instead of being a copy, this could be a reference. Because right now we're just doing copies everywhere, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're passing around copies incorrectly. Is there problems with this not doing copies? There must be. Let's find out. Technically, this is what set tile should be for. But I just want to see. What we're doing right now should break a lot of stuff. But I just want to see. If it even slightly works, then it's a decent idea to think about maybe modifying set tile. There's Powerpuff Girls. Alright, I mean, I'll be honest, I think I'm already down a bad path. I think there was a good reason for this stuff to all be const. I might replace this function with being called get tile copy, just to make it clear. I might make it easier for us to see where we're incorrectly using this. My advice for getting out of tutorial hell. What is tutorial hell? You mean like you feel like you're only following tutorials and you can't build something of your own volition? Because my advice would just be to start doing that. But you don't have to like cold turkey drop tutorials. But maybe, you know, you just try and do as much as you can by yourself. Little things bit by bit. Instead of looking everything up, you try and work some of it out. And read the documentation is not a bad thing, you know? I don't remember if you said you were using Godot or something. I don't know. Or your own library. But you just got to start. No one's going to make you. Just stop following a tutorial. If you want to make something move around on screen, try and do it yourself. You'll get better as you practice, right? So F2 clearly didn't work. As always. Now I want to see everywhere I'm calling get tile copy. And I think I'll also rename it on map, because I think that's also annoying me. I just want to be explicit, right? Because I think it's very easy to make mistakes where you think you're getting a reference to something, but actually you're modifying a copy of something, which is why you're not actually seeing the damage happen. And I know, yeah, you can just read that it's passing a copy, but I think this is even more explicit. You got rid of all getters and setters, you're doing blah 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 just fine, it's up to you if you read or write it. Yeah, but this is not a getter or setter. There is logic involved here in getting stuff. This is an iteration. I think it's perfectly valid to have guardrails in place. But also it's your own project, right? It's what you feel copy? It's what you feel comfortable doing, right?
I've now made mouse hopping.
Mouse hopping?
Yes, do you want to see?
Yeah.
I'm slowly getting there. It's slowly being fixed.
So you see...
That looks a little funny.
Notice card definitely should be default. It's weird that it's not. Are you going to send me something on WhatsApp?
Yeah, I did.
Let's have a look.
I sent you it like a boomer where I recorded it on
The
my
screen.
phone.
Yeah. Chat, none of you discussed my, like, I shaved my beard this morning. None of you are complimenting
Just
me.
complimented him on his beard shavings.
You,
Shaking
Chris.
my head.
Is that using the same code as the items bobbing up and down?
Kind of, except I did not make it a usable function to be extracted, and so I just.
But the
I know
idea
what
you're
I did.
reusing.
Yeah, I've just like copy pasted the
Draw
sign.
Y or something.
The sign, yeah, the idea is the same, but
Yeah.
if I did it better, I would have made it an extractable function. But I'm not doing that shit. I'm just gonna re-implement it.
Dude, I'm not in a glass house. I've been copying functions around like crazy. Don't tell anyone.
I've got some real ugly looking code somewhere, but it's okay, it functions.
You did notice the beard trim, but you weren't saying anything because the only thought going through your head is how much smaller it makes you look. It's because I've got this tall. It's got all this hair. If I lose all this hair, I'll look.
It's like those really fluffy dogs that like get washed and then they thin, or they get like a shave at like a poodle and they thin.
Thin. Yeah. So I think right now all of these places we see copy is valid. I think it's purely just the damage place. Let me close all. Let's have some breathing room. Oh. So I think here we should set tile. So we should say this is a little annoying. How does set tile work? Maybe the chunk can just have a damage tile function. That would avoid a lot of this hassle, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? This is wrong, this is wrong. Get me out of here. This is not the right place to be. Here we go. What am I missing? My music stopped. That was nice. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Might be. I guess really an update tile thing would also be nice, which we discussed in the past, I think. Okay, it's obviously working, but let's say the rocket's only doing 1 damage, because I have a feeling that the rocket might be hitting the wall multiple times or something. You know what it is? I know exactly what's going on. The explosion is hitting the wall for multiple frames. That's why it looks like it's taking a hot second. Like, the explosion hitbox actually stays alive for, like, a little while. There's a few things we could do. One is to only make the explosion hitbox last for, like, a single frame. Obviously, the walls don't have intangibility, so they're just sitting here taking damage every single tick. Oh wait, I should also say, like, this is clearly working, by the way, like the health thing. Could be getting misused, like maybe the floor has an incorrect health, but I kind of don't care. It's not a problem right now. The floor does not need help.
The deforestation game.
Yeah.
Yippee! We hate the trees.
We hate the trees.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe... Maybe once the explosion's been calculated in this loop, if we've hit anything, we disable it? No. I don't really want the wall to keep track of which explosion entity is hitting it. That seems pretty fucking stupid. The wall could have a timer on it, but that also seems a bit stupid. Like, time until it next takes damage. That would be silly. I mean, the explosion should probably work in like a pulse, right? I don't know. I mean, the explosion could keep a list of walls that it's hit. That's not that expensive. Like yeah, I mean, right? That's not that bad. If an explosion has a small list of positions that it's calculating. Let's think about it. Hang on. You think it should work like in life? I'm gonna experiment with my idea. Because there won't be that many of these. This is not terribly expensive.
Hey, this is really cute. I make the mouse hop.
That's
time for me to make a. It's time for me to make a turn-based game. Wait, let me send you a video.
I want to try this.
Good old sine wave.
I guess Explosions now has something on it, yeah. Well, how about instead of on... Well, it needs to be retained between... I guess also the map could store, or the collision system could store a link between entities and what they've hit.
Oh, I don't have any storage space anymore, I guess.
I mean, this is, I think, worse, but you could do this. I think this is pretty dumb. The idea would be like, when the explosion hits a wall, you add that explosion's entity to this map. But then you have to keep track of a bunch of fucking lifetimes. I think this is stupid. I don't know, I think having explosions know which walls they hit is fun. I think an explosion having a long-lived hitbox is also interesting. Explosion
Send you a video.
Look.
Please respond.
Oh, she's so happy. Chris has made her. He's made her mouse bounce. I think a long-lived hitbox of an explosion is not terrible. I could also just have it so an explosion has multiple pulses. Because I like the idea of a big boss exploding, and like if you walk into it while it's exploding, you get hit by it. And I think if an explosion takes like 5 seconds to complete, and you walk into it after the first frame, you still expect to get hit by it. And that explosion I'd kind of expect to destroy all the walls nearby. I haven't seen that anywhere. Well, I'm making up my own game. I don't have to reference something to come up with something. Also, I'm thinking about Big Dog in Nuclear Throne, who explodes and blows up the map. I could have a component called Tiles Impacted, which I apply to the explosion. Because then when the entity is destroyed, that component is discarded, right? Let's play with that, because then I could reuse that for other things. It's fun. We can experiment with stuff. I think it's fun to try and invent your own things. So, let's say... Is there like a registry dot get or in place? Like, if it doesn't exist, like give it. Oh, there is get or in place. In which case, that's perfect. And then you want the entity. So, these are all the positions impacted. By default, there's nothing there. As I make you a vector, it can be an unordered set of ivec3 followed by ivec3 hash. Why not? Oh, is this not the same as the one in map? In a moment. I seem to have a duplicate. Where was I just now? Somewhere I had a... What was Pathfinding, right? Yeah, hang on. We should extract this stuff to like the maths header maybe. Or a common, or it doesn't really care. If it has 2 damage pulses, both pulses should damage the thing. Yeah. I don't know, I'm just fucking around. I can make my own stuff. I think that's okay. Are there multiple places this exists? There must be like a circular reference somewhere. I kind of thought being put in maths would be okay. Oh, it's because you're in the maths namespace now, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's put you somewhere else. Maybe comment? We should have a place just called like extensions or something, but I think this is okay as well. Having a hash for integer vectors is pretty handy to have everywhere, honestly. Great. So we're back here now. So, here we have potential impacted things. So here, I'm gonna just move this in here like so. Map.damage tile. You're a Vec 3. IVEC 3? You should be an IVEC 3. You should be an IVEC 3. Is it because this is a row? It's annoyed because it's const, I guess. Does it have to be else? I guess we can have it regardless. Seems good to me. And then whenever the explosion's deleted, it should also destroy this tile position's impacted thing. Let's see. Hey, look, works perfect. So if I change this damage to... well, let's leave it on 1, actually. Let's count up and make sure it's 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the ones next to it obviously take a few less hits. This looks correct to me. And the level doesn't feel laggier. I mean, 250 FPS is about what we were getting before. 240. That's FPS cap right now. Actually, no, wait, the FPS cap should be 360. This is weird. Oh, the FPS cap obviously is defaulting to 240. That's interesting. Even though it can actually go way higher. I mean, the game in debug mode right now is running at 400 FPS. If I spawn a level with a handful of mice, just a handful, it's running... FPS 170, 150. I mean, with all this shit going on, it's still running in like the hundreds. It's pretty good. Disabled debug mode is even faster. Now, let's have a look at that radius thing we were talking about. Now, this is kind of cool. Now I want to make a fucking Minecraft game. Maybe when I'm done with this, we'll make a game where you fucking destroy trees.
Terraria.
Another fucking Terraria game. I knew destructible environments would be fun. Are the rockets going through the mice? No. Alright, sorry, I'm enjoying myself. I think that was actually quite a nice solution. Top down Minecraft. Yeah, I mean, these games definitely exist. But yeah, there isn't one. There definitely is. Without a doubt. I mean, I've seen people make a 2D Minecraft for like the Super Nintendo. It was isometric. This is not a new thing. You're welcome to make one. I wanted to make a regular 3D Minecraft. That was going to be my like foray into OpenGL at some point. I think that's quite a fun Hello World project, make Minecraft. You're isometric, buddy. Thanks, Buster. Alright, so the number we get here, we need to do a radius check. So we need to get the center of every tile and draw a line to the explosion's center and scale the damage based on distance to center. That should be okay, right?
No,
No!
it's not okay.
Let's just calculate it in here for now. Fonts auto distance equals position minus transform dot for now. Let's just come up with something. Maybe it's the other way around, I don't know. Difference, sorry. You're an IVEC and you're a float, right? Become a float. Into float's pretty chill. So there's our difference. And then distance is our distance. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? Length, sorry, I gave it the wrong name. Oh, I guess it is the other way around. Target minus current position. And this is obviously not interpolated. Who cares? I think in this case this is just fine. We're also just destroying bullets the moment they hit any kind of wall. We're not saying which wall. There's a lot of things going on. Should trees shield the explosion that the trees behind are not damaged? Hold your horses. hold your horses. Hold them. Brush the hair of the horses. So then we've got the distance, and if it's impacted, it means it is within the radius. So we basically want to... where's paint? I'm sure this is like a really simple math sum, but I have to write it down because I'm fucking stupid. Here's the radius of the explosion. Here's the wall. Here's the center of the wall. Let's just do it based on this for now. Let's not do it based on the edge of the wall or whatever. Let's not get too fancy. At this point, you're at the very edge, so this should do like 0 or 1 or something. And walls in here, well, a wall that's directly in the explosion should be hit for 10. And a wall that's sort of halfway should be hit for 5. And that is where the distance, here, the distance is radius. Distance here is 0.5 rad. And the distance here is 0 rad. So we need to... I think this is easy, right? We get the radius, and we minus the distance. So if the distance is 10, and the radius is 10, we then get 0 as a damage multiplier. If the radius is 10, and the distance is 0, then we get 10. So we get the max At which point, obviously, the damage being dealt is the radius, so use that as a multiplier. I think you do radius divided by that number or something, or 1 divided by that, get a multiplier. And then you multiply the damage multiplier by that, and then I think that's how you get it. N minus distance slash radius. Distance divided by radius would be 10 divided by 10 would be 1, okay. 10 divided by 0, problematic. I guess an explosion's radius shouldn't be 0, so we can resolve that. But let's say the distance is 0. 0 divided by radius. 10 divided minus it. Yeah, that looks correct to me. Okay, it is simple. Const auto damage equals const auto max damage equals 10. We'll extract that maybe. Max damage minus distance divided by collision. Come on. Radius. Is that correct? What we can also do is just only do that calculation in here. It's a minor optimization, but not so bad, I think. I know bidmass exists, but I like doing this. And then I think we want to get all of this, and we want to cast it to a UN8T. Now, float being cast to a UN8T. Now that's wrong, it won't be lower than 9 ever. Is that true? Is it not? Maybe it's the other way around. If the distance is 5 and the radius is 10... Hang on. The distance is 5 and the radius is 10, we get 0.5, and then the max damage is... Well, this is a multiplier then, right? So it should be this multiplied by that, right? Maybe? I don't know if that's correct. So if the radius is 50, if the distance is 25, and the radius is 50, we'll get 0.5. I think that's correct. What we've got here? This gives us a ratio, right? I guess we'll find out, right? If the distance is somehow further... let's just say... Make sure we never do a divide by 0. Now the important bit is here is crushing from a float down to a UN8T. Sorry for the Hungarian typing. How does C++ handle the truncation of float to UN8T? If the float is a value 500, does it max it out or what? Multiplier shouldn't depend on damage first at all. It should be 1 if distance is 1. What? What are you talking about? This is the multiplier, this bit in here. I guess I could change this a bit. I could say damage multiplier is this. And then we can say damage is max damage multiplied by damage multiplier. That way things are a little neater, I suppose. It should be 1 if distance is 0. In this case, if distance is 0 and the radius is 50, then we get 0. So the average multiplier is 0. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, this is incorrect. I should go back to my drawing, because I thought I had it. I think we just do radius minus distance. So if the radius is 10, and the distance is 10, we get 0. If the radius is 10, and the distance is 0, we get 10. And then we simply need to divide. So we do radius minus distance, and then I think we're meant to divide radius by that, right? Yeah, because then this gives us the ratio. For example, 10 out of 10 or 0 out of 10. Or so on. 5. Sorry, this would be 10, distance of 5. That gives us 10 minus 5 is 5. 5 out of 10, which also equal to 0.5. Yeah, that makes sense. This kind of maths I can just about manage. So or as I say, radius minus distance. And then all of this divided by radius. And I'm explicitly capping radius at 1 in case, you know, maybe we have an explosion that changes size over time for whatever reason. Maybe we'll make the explosion do that anyway. So if its radius is ever 0, I don't want to start doing divisions by 0. You'd be ashamed of how slowly we got here, I wonder. Okay, I think it's working inversely. I think it's inverted. Because the things at the edge are clearly getting damaged more than the thing I'm shooting. Which is creating an interesting shape. Certainly. This is inverted. Radius minus distance. Is that correct? 10 minus 0. Could be doing 10 damage. 10 divided by 10 is 1, so I should be doing 10 damage, right? Oh, it's possible I'm getting the difference back to front, maybe? Maybe it's as simple as that? Yeah, that's... I don't... I mean, that shouldn't matter, right? Because we're just getting the length of it. The order of the things you put in here shouldn't matter, right? Or does it? Maybe it does matter. Maybe I'm being really dense. Me saying I can just about handle the maths full of shit. Actually, maybe that was it. Hang on, get out of here, mouse.
Mouse?
No, that wasn't it. I feel like I'm destroying the things around it a bit too fast. Why can I not see hitboxes? Here we go. We shouldn't deal 0 damage at the edge. I think that's okay. We can just pretend that the explosion is like a soft gradient. I think that's just fine. The sprite also isn't a perfect circle. I think this is just incorrect. Yeah, it's not working. This song predates that fucking lumberjack. If a cell's center is at the edge, multiplier is 0, and half of cell is covered by explosion. I see what you mean, but at which point you just increase the... I guess we can damage multiplier. We can have it be at least do 1 damage, I guess. But I feel like at that point you just increase the radius of the explosion. Right? Maybe you're being hit by the shrapnel. Because I think it's okay to treat the explosion as like a gradient, right? Where there's like the most damage in the middle, and then a bit of damage out here, and then not much damage here, and then like no damage at the very edge. I mean, I could make the damage be a min, like a max. Between this and 1. So at least it does 1 damage. I think the maths is still wrong though, right? But how? Radius minus distance. A radius of 10. A distance of 0 is radius. So this would just give us a damage of 1. So it should do 10 damage. Right? Oh, sorry, I completely missed you were in Twitch chat. Sorry, hello, don't. Sorry, I didn't look at Twitch chat. Multiplier is radius minus distance divided by radius. Multiplier is multiplier times multiplier? Why? Why that? Is that not already the code we want? We're calculating the center of cell. Oh, Cop, you're right. Sorry. We're not doing the center of the cell. We're getting like the bottom left position of the cell or something. So no wonder it looks weird. We should be getting the actual center. Oh, is the cell actually centered? I can't fucking remember. I think the way that we're checking this is incorrect, right? I feel like the tile is. Yeah, sorry. We should be adding plus 0.5 to this. This. Go an IVEC 3. I think this should fix it. I thought about this at the start and then immediately forgot about it again. And this This still isn't working. Am I really stupid? It's definitely doing more damage the further away it is. Like, it should... Or am I missing something? Well, now I think we actually are getting the center of the cell, because the bottom left, I think, is the tile's position, and by adding 0.5 and point... Oh, hang on. Yeah, by adding 0.5 and 0.5, we should be getting the center now. It's not about how close it is to the bottom left, is it? Oh, you know what I can do? Oh, this isn't it. Where am I setting the explosion? Let's make the explosion really big. It might make it a little easier to, like, understand what's going wrong. Yeah, that should do it. Thanks, Lolo. Thanks, Lolo. My explosion is small again. What the heck? Oh, it's only big when it's hitting an enemy. Hang on. That radio should definitely be installed somewhere else, huh? This should be somewhere else and not copied. Maybe the entity factory spawn explosion function could handle that. I don't know. Whatever. Here's our hitbox view. It's very clearly, I think, clearly, I spawned something with no enemies and, like, no distance. I feel like it's definitely exploding stuff at the edge first, right? Is it just incorrectly applying the multiplier where it's at the edge? Maybe. That could be true. Because it does 1 damage, I guess, and maybe that's how it's calculating weirdly. Like, is everything at the edge being exploded perfectly? Everything in the middle is sort of working as intended? It seems to be like things at the very edge get blown up. My voice is echoing. Is it? Do you have the stream open twice? Does anyone else hear an echo? Hello? Hello? It sounds... If I go into OBS and listen, it sounds normal. Does anyone else get echo? Oh. Metal. It's not echoing for you. Do you think you have the stream open twice? If distance is greater than radius, we're having big problems. Yeah, we should cap it, I guess. Let's just chuck a breakpoint in here and have a look. I don't know. Actually, maybe pop this down here so we can just read it. If you're the only one getting the echo, I think it's on you, right? I can check my own stream if you like. Hang on, let's do that. Main. Talking. Main. Talking, 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 talking. There's no echo. I think you've just got the stream open twice. Or something wrong with your audio drivers. Well, immediately we've got a problem. You accidentally opened 2 tabs at the stream and forgot. That's good. Well, if distance is larger than radius, then damage is 0, right? Damage multiplier is negative. I think we're healing the walls if we're doing this. I think with the damage multiplier is negative, we're healing it, which at some point could cause an overflow. That's interesting. Well, that being said, when you cast it to Yuin, yeah, look, it's overflowing. That's exactly what it is. So if the damage multiplier is negative, then max damage is multiplied by a negative, and we're casting that to a Yuin 8T. And then that's doing 254 damage to the walls. Okay, this is quick. Let's fix this quickly. Min, max, min between. Let's just do this lazily. If damage multiplier is less than 0, down to 0. Right? Easy game, easy life. Yeah, I get it. Oh, sorry, you couldn't see any of the code I was writing. Yeah, I can use SSD Max. Does it have an autofill for that? Yeah. Which point we can do... I mean, I think this is fine to have on 2 lines. You're only going to start with C, C++, any tips? Start small. Don't start off with a huge project immediately. It will be painful. Do little things bit by bit and chip away at it. Okay, this is working exactly as I thought it would. No mice, no rooms, no steps.
No mice? Huh?
Not a single mouse. Well, I'm exploding. We don't want the mice, right?
Exploding?
Yeah.
Why are you making the mice explode?
No, I'm not making the mice not explode by not spawning the mice.
Oh, okay. 'Cause that's mean.
This is doing correct now, I think. There was me thinking that the distance could never be larger than the radius. Stupid me. Look at this.
Oh, kaboom. Deforestation, yippee!
This is why you let your level go into the negatives. What if the player tunnels to the bottom left of the level with a rocket launcher? You could technically do this forever. I can set my movement speed really high. I've broken out of the bounds of your stupid level. Increase movement force. Increase movement speed. Decrease mass. Oh, have a little mass. Okay, I'm in infinite space. Let's get out of here. Alright, this is good. When we're spawning that explosion, we should probably... Flip type rocket. Eh? You're a float, aren't you, lad? I know you're kind. So now, good thing that we're handling radius 0. Hang on just a moment. Physics system, I think, right? You.
Me?
You.
Me?
Yep, you.
Huh? Me?
You, that's right. Could it be you?
No.
Could be. Do you write junky code but it works and then optimize? Yes. Or do you simultaneously write and optimize? Sometimes. Like, I try to have a good level of standard for just basic junky code, but usually I'm a fan of getting it working and then refining, because otherwise you'll spend forever pre-optimizing. You can get out of your map into infinite negative space, but there's nothing there. No collisions, no mice. It's a damn. Look at this, and now the wall explosion looks a bit better. Maybe 1 is a bit little for basic damage, but you know. You get the idea. Hey Mario. We're making the walls blow up. We can make the rocket do a little bit more damage. Instead of get explosion size, we can say get explosion. We should probably have a function called like get damage or something, right? That should be stored in like a JSON file for bullets. I'll do that some other time. I'll do that some other time. I'll do that some other time. I will do it. I promise you I will do it. Max damage is 10. Well, I should be doing 10 if it hits the very center. Let's make it do 15 or something. Hey Mario. I'm enjoying this music by Nocti. How's the game so far? It's good. Do you like all these explosions? I think they're pretty sick. And as expected, making the wall blow up is not really the hardest part. It was the capture wall collision. I mean, 15, somehow that still even misses, because I guess it's a bit far away. It's pretty sick, right? Now, because this isn't in a JSON file, we have to recompile every time, but, you know. It should basically always blow up the thing that you're shooting at. Did I just shoot 2? Did I just shoot 2 rockets? It wasn't just me that saw that, was it? What's that? Yeah, you can make your own map, yeah. Isn't that cool? All right, let's improve the mice. This is the bit that's going to be expensive. We need to recalculate the navigation area when we do this, because right now, if I were to go in here, the mouse would not necessarily know how to path to me. See? Because it doesn't actually know that this area is connected to that one, because we've just created it now. And previously navigation areas were being created at level generation time. You can see he's having a little difficulty navigating. You should add more colors, it's a bit too green. I did shoot 2 rockets earlier, yeah. I don't know what that was. That's a little concerning. The default green is just a debug. Don't worry about it. The fall off's pretty hard, I guess, because it falls off straight down to 0. Like, even if I set this to like 100, it'll still only do like 10 or well, 9 if you're right at the end. Blue lakes. That's very sweet. Yeah, like, damage 100 is still sort of, it just kind of destroys everything it's near, I guess. This is fine. Deary me. What was I saying? Oh, line of sight and navigation areas. Let's start with line of sight, because that should be easy, right? Alright, so this line collision thing, this path exists thing, I think we replaced this. This path exists was doing Painter's algorithm. No, this isn't it. This is the navigation area. That's a separate thing. We do want this. It's this line collision bit, sorry. This line collision is actually doing a... I'm just going to rename it, maybe. Let me Google if this... I've been calling it Painter's algorithm this whole fucking time. Is that correct? Painter's algorithm is an algorithm for visible surface determination. No, Painter's algorithm is the fucking... drawing something at the back first. I am full of shit, aren't I? This is like the... Brenstrom's, maybe. Sorry for lying to all of you this time. This whole time. Hope you can forgive me. Line collision rastered. With raster. Let's call it that. Am I a programmer engineer at a company? Yeah, I'm a software engineer. Normally. You want to make a game from scratch in C++ with OpenGL, and you always think of from where to start, what is the first thing to create or build. Specifically, if you want to do OpenGL, there should be a million tutorials online that you can follow. I think there's a lot of books. There's like a lot of game development books that teach you how to use OpenGL. There should definitely be online sources. If OpenGL doesn't already have its own like set of tutorials for getting used to the API, usually if you want to start, you'd start by trying to make a program that creates a window and draws a triangle to the screen. That's literally the first place to start. And then you want to try and draw like a texture to that triangle, and then you want to get the triangle to move around. And then you want to maybe accept user input so you can move the triangle around. And then maybe you want to try having multiple triangles on the screen. Maybe you want to have different shapes on the screen. And so on and so forth. Could you create a character animation first of the environment? You deleted your original comment. I don't know. Whatever you want. It's your project. It doesn't matter, I think. At the start, you usually use like prototype art. That's why I'm using like Pokemon Crystal tiles, just to have something on screen, and then create the art later. I would start with whatever you feel is fun. I wouldn't draw the art first necessarily, but that's me. You could also just do that. Just to make a triangle is a challenge. Well, I mean, yeah, this is why you start small, right? What's the smallest thing you can draw to the screen? Well, it's to have a screen in the first place, but it's to draw a point or a triangle, right? Once you can draw a triangle, you can draw anything. That's the basics of computer graphics, right? Everything is triangles. Everything. I think. Unless they've added new shapes. I don't think there's more shapes than triangles. Anyway, instead of using line collision with raster, I'm going to do, oh god, what did I call it? Is it in the physics system? Or did I extract it to maths already? I think it's in maths already, right? Or is it in map, maybe? Get all collided walls. So, ideally, we would... I guess if there's no collided walls, there's direct line of sight. But I kind of... There's like a few ways to decide on line of sight, right? You have a wall here, and your player here, and your enemy here. So this is their center. This is a direct line of sight according to a line, like a path trace. But there is technically a wall in the way. So if you do a hull test, this wall is there. Likewise, if you move this up here, would you still say that there's a wall in the way? It's technically the bottom of the enemy is seeing the player. You know what? Let's keep things simple. Maybe we don't need to use the we can use the TF2 style thing where everything's a laser being shot out of your eyes. So if there's a line, like a ray cast from your eyes, then there's a collision. So in this case, there's no collision, but the enemy can see like basically like this, I guess, this whole chunk. If the player happens to move here, then the enemy sees them. The player can't see the enemy here, I think. Like, it can't see the center, but it can see the edge. I think this makes sense. Does it? Because, I mean, the easiest thing, obviously, is just to just draw a line between the centers to say this is line of sight, this isn't. We can start with that, I guess, and then move on. When did I start coding? Like, I don't know, mid-2000s? I think. Mid to late 2000s? Yeah. PS Peeker's advantage, yeah. I mean, yeah, the other thing is it's a fast-paced shooter, right? And I also plan on making it so if the enemy gets hit with a bullet, then they immediately become alerted. So this should not matter that you can shoot them and they just get stuck on a wall because they will just path to you. So you know, maybe you get a little Peeker's advantage. Maybe that's not so bad. Huh? Anyway, get all collidable walls. We don't need this. I just want to use the ray trace. So is that just this? I don't need the capsule stuff, I just want the ray stuff. Let's just say, what are you doing? Let's say path ray or path trace. No, this isn't it. Path between. Path visible between. Path between. Any path between direct line of sight. Maybe. And you know what? Let's not bother interpolating it. Let's just say vec2, well, const vec2, start position, const vec2, end position, and in this case I don't care about the collision. I should be able to modify what I've got here. Let's see, we can get rid of the capsule stuff. The center line is going to be a line between the start and the end. We don't need the axis aligned bounding box. We just need the ray. I should think. Or do we need the axis aligned bounding box? Just to check for walls that we may hit. Okay, we can keep some of that stuff in place. Well, I think... You should be able to get the axis aligned bounding box of a line, right? Yeah. That's okay. Because what we're doing here is we have our walls, and we're getting our line, and we're trying to do this shape here to see which walls may be in the way. Okay. So I think this is okay. Direct visible between direct line of sight between start and end. I don't know. What did you do in education? I did a degree in computer science. And I got a first, because I'm epic and super smart. And I hyper-focused in my last year making a mini-golf game in Unreal Engine. Anyway, we can just do this. Bam. So now we've got 3 functions that are sort of identical, which we need to fix that shit. Not a problem for now. Let's see. Distance is less than things. There's a direct line of sight. If there is an intersection between the tile and the ray... Let me think. How do I want to handle this? It's just false, right? It's like the inverse. Yes, in computer science. My mouse blinking. I did a bachelor's in computer science. Just plain ass computer science. I think this is okay. So this chunk up here is getting the walls that we could collide with. But this intersect function should only return true if the line's going through the wall. So I think this is correct. We'll find out, I guess. Oh, I guess I need to put this in the header as well. I appreciate it highlighting the no discards for me. What's wrong? That is. It would be great to see you in Tokyo in a same frame. What? What do you mean? Are you asking for the Japan vlogs, which I've been working on for a few years? Maybe not. I'll get there eventually. Alright, the line of sight code is clearly not working. Tokyo Spliff. I don't know who that is, I'm afraid. Oh, it only actually... It seems to be working in inverse. They can see me if I'm behind a wall. Hang on, that's not right. That's funny. Do you have a job? Yeah, I do. Oh, and there is no direct line of sight between return player entity. We want that. Can you check his channel now? I can look at it later. Is it just like another game dev? Okay, the line of sight thing seems to be working now. In the debug, render actor system, line of sight. Why am I drawing that line? Yeah, we're not using line collision with raster anymore. We should be doing direct line of sight between. There we go. So now the line being drawn on the screen is using the same algorithm. Thank you, Swig. Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? Hang on, let's turn off their guns for a second. And this spawn less mice. Okay, this isn't back to front. Oh, hang on, it's back to front in here, right? Yeah. We started this in 2020. I should have a function that makes enemies stop moving. So I can like test stuff like this. And they still doesn't see me through corners. Was that fixed? That was basically the main thing I wanted to fix, because enemies used to be able to shoot you through corners. Kinda looks like it's just working, right? So with the old algorithm, they could actually still see you in here, but with the new one, there's this corner in the way. And it even works like this. Hey, Ozano. Hey. Okay, that's one thing done. Now what we need to do is regenerate the navigation areas. Oh dear, it's gonna be annoying. So in the level generator system, generate navigation areas. Here we go. We need to have a way. I explained this earlier. Let me draw it again so I can remember. So like these are our areas, right? Yellow, you can walk around, but there's walls. Green, you can walk around, but there's walls. They're not connected. So the mouse knows that if you're over here, there's no point trying to path to you, right? There's no path possible. When you blow up a wall like this, let's just say it gets some random navigation area. The mouse still doesn't know that they're connected. I think it... Mouse? It still doesn't know they're connected. So what I need to do is when I explode a floor, I need to... First of all, maybe the wall should have a navigation area on it too. So that would simplify things, because then when I blow up a wall, I can just give it the same navigation area. I can give the floor the same navigation area as the wall, that's fine. And then I can check to see if something on the other side has a different navigation area, and then perform a flood fill there. Could I write something that lets me see what navigation areas places are? Maybe. Might start getting a little expensive. Why VS Code, not VS Studio? Why VS Studio and not VS Code? We used VS Studio at the very start of the project. It was quite heavy. It's also not supported on all platforms anymore, so... This project works on my Mac, and it works on my Windows, and it works on my Linux. It's nice. VS Code's very portable. I don't know, I also use it at work, so good to practice with. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, I don't really want to flood fill the wall. What I want to do is, I guess, actually a cleaner approach, which is, once I've destroyed everything, we need to scan all walls, we need to scan all floors nearby, work out which navigation areas are popular, so let's say yellow is of size 10, red is of size 5, and green is of size 50. We then sort the areas by size, and then we re-flood fill to replace the colors with what we want. Is that really the cheapest way to do this? I feel like flood filling on the green bit is maybe stupid. So there should be a way. Maybe we start with that, and then we find a way to limit it to only fill over these two new areas. Because realistically speaking, there should only be 2 nav areas to fill over. Yeah. We might have to flood once just to see which was the most populous area. Or we just pick one. Okay, let's just start with something and then we can optimize it, right? I'm just gonna have a copy of this stuff in map. In fact, maybe map should have this stuff. Map.generate map. The map might have used to have this kind of stuff. It's possible. Something like this. Or something like this. Now the map has the navigation area. That's nice. Makes sense to me. And I'll store it in map. That seems okay to me. Now before, this was getting regenerated in level generator system, I should think. It wasn't being regenerated at all. Level generator system. Oh, actually, yeah, it's a new map. That's okay. Map will become 1. Actually, even better now. You don't need a reference to map at all. That's okay. And neither do you in here. Very good. So this should just be a refactoring of what we had. That should work just fine. And then we'll work out a way to scan. Hello, Alex. When did you start with C++? Probably like 18 or 19. Like it was just university when I first really used C++. Oh, of course. Come on now. We've been blowing up the room, Alex. It's working nicely. I'm now updating the navigation areas. So let's have a function called get connected navigation areas, maybe, ordered by size. So that'll be a, I don't know, std vector of, what are you, int? You int 16t? Called get connected navigation areas in order of size. Give it some stupid name for now. And we need to pass in a start tile, so that can just be an IVEC3 start position. I'm concerned about AI doing this over humans. My hobby? No. My hobby's quite fun. Let's see. So, what we need to do, our map should have our tiles. We should already have our map in here already. In fact, in level generator system, my music keeps ending. Bloody hell. Check on this. Yeah, the map already has all this stuff. Yeah, they're kind of interlaced. Okay, let me see. Keep on learning and do projects you find fun. That's completely true. And based. What's the job market? Is it still worth to pursue bachelor? Give some wisdom. You could put a please in there somewhere. I'm not an LLM. I don't know. I already had experience in computer science before the AI coding boom, so I'm really not the right person to ask. I've already got enough work experience where I'm already like in the career, so it's quite hard for me to want to think about switching careers. And B, I can't give good advice for a junior because I'm not there. I would say that the AI is not that good. Obviously, there's shit in the news about Facebook trying to fire 10% of its staff. If it was actually that good, they'd fire like 98% of their staff. So I think the career will still exist. You just might move to doing. Companies might move to just different fields of computer science. My colleagues were talking about spec-driven development, where instead of writing code directly, you basically do the waterfall method of like constructing a very strict series of specifications for your program, plugging that into the Claude black box, and then just letting it, using tests as your spec and just letting it run wild. At which point you still need to know how to do computer science work, because A, the robot doesn't work that well, but B, you need to know how to structure a program, and that work is still done by humans for now. So I don't know. I think computer science is a very valid field. I think intelligence is a valid thing to pursue. Just think about what you want to go into. Like, certain fields are kind of cooked. Like, game development is really rough. If you go on r/gamedev, half of them seem to have become truck drivers in the last few years. Hello, SoftCloud. That's a good name. I think also senior developers get old and leave. They do other stuff. If they don't hire juniors anymore, they won't have a replacement senior in like 20 years. 15, 10 years, I don't know. So there ought to be a job market for young people, or for earlier developers. Just the stuff you'll do will be a little different. Maybe instead of working like I am on this project, you'll be trained on how to oversee an AI doing it. Which I think is really fucking boring, I'll be honest. I didn't get into computer science to teach a junior how to do something where the junior is physically incapable of learning. I think that's tedious and horrible, but if that's the way the career is going, that's the way the career is going, right? There's not a lot of people lighting oil lamps anymore. Some people do it as a hobby, I guess. You started coding when you're 18, you're now 20. I think it's fine. I mean, what would you rather do than computer science? It certainly still exists right now as a field, and as I see it, the agents are not good enough to replace a person yet, but really the overseers are senior devs who know for what mistakes to look for. It's not necessarily syntax problems, but like, structural problems. That the context window is still pretty small, and they also don't create anything new, which is pretty key. They can only rehash what they've been trained on. And there's always a possibility in the future that the EU won't, let's be real, but it's possible they could restrict usage of it. For companies, they could say it's a massive moral data leak, or it relies on stolen trained data and you can't use it legally, or companies who use AI have to open source their projects, or blah 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 blah. That's an if. I don't know. How's your game like? It's a top-down 2D shooter. We've been making the walls explode, and now I need to regenerate our navigation areas so the mice know how to navigate to you. I need to get working on it because I keep getting lost. Flood fill. So I'm gonna have a flood fill, I'm gonna have a flood check, I guess. Flood check. So I don't want to set tile. I want to say, what do I call it? Navigation area ID. Do that. I guess how do you know which tile you've already checked in this case? We'd have to keep track of it somewhere. What is floor tile coordinates normally? One of these, unordered set. I need a way of getting all floors. Not just per chunk, but all floors. So I'd have to say chunks for chunk in chunks and tile in tiles. But I don't want to fill all... I don't want to fill the whole map in here, that's really expensive. So I'm going to change this instead to be checked floors. I don't know what the while loop's condition is. So while true, but for now. Obviously. Checked floors. So I want to pass in a reference to my unordered set. Yeah. I want to add my checked floors in place floor. My nav areas, instead of being a standard vector, could also be a standard unordered set. For now, because then I'd need to... I'd want to sort it later. So I'll call this sorted. But at the start, we're going to want an unordered set called... What's it? Navigation areas. Could even, instead of being an unordered set, it could be a map of area to like how many there are, if that makes sense. So we're passing in the following. So the idea is we get the location here, we get the nav area, and then we say we've already checked this floor. Checked floors dot place floor. I don't know what floor is, that'll be start position. And package would just be position instead of start position. I guess we were calling it floor before. That's fine as well. We also want to say navigation dot insert or assign at nav area. And if there is already a nav area there, then I don't know the syntax for this. Something like that. And then nav area UR is UN6. Okay. First time in chat, you're searching for devs to give some ideas. How is your game like? It's fun. I don't know what you asking. You want to share some resources for C++, channels or books? I've got these books. Maybe you... I don't know if you're interested. One's called A Tour of C++. C++ software development. And effective modern C++. I was able to get my last company to pay for them, because I think they're actually a little expensive, but maybe you can find a copy online. There's also, I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a GitHub repo somewhere with like a bunch of information on resources. But the best resource is cppreference.org. Just straight up cppref. That stuff's very good. So it's a nice website. As you're working, if you're unsure what something is, like std unordered set, you just look it up on cppref. It has examples and all sorts. Let's say we get the current floor we're on. We get the nav area. We can pop that even in lineup. So either this is the first time we've seen that nav area ID, in which case it gets inserted and assigned, I guess, a 0. Whatever. That might be a problem. Maybe it's a problem. It's okay for now. If it's in there, it technically means there's one of it. If there's already, this navigation's already been counted, then we increment the thing in there. I think this is actually size T. If I change this to float, it should crash, right? Oh no, it likes it. That's weird. This should be number of times or count, maybe. I think that's correct. I hope that's correct.
I think I've made the cliff work. You can come and test it later.
Hell yeah. Nice work, Chris.
Looks kind of cute.
So, neighbor positions in here. If... Now we need to know how to get there. If, checked floors doesn't contain neighbor position, then perform flood check with all of those, and then neighbor position. Now, this isn't quite true yet. This will go on quite a while. So we also need to say, and the tile there isn't air or wall. How do we say that? I guess I can do this. If tile.type is air, or map, no, I guess has collision tile.type, and we just return. We don't need to check the neighbors, and we don't need to do anything here. If it's air, which means it's outside the level, or if it's a collidable object, in which case it's not reversible. Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay, so flood check. I don't think this needs to be in a loop. I think this calls itself. This should just work recursively. Let's pop this in the header. I wish Alt-O took me to the bottom. Something like this, and something start position. Flood check or okay, I think that's okay. And then we go here. You should be a no discard. And you should be a map thing. Okay, hello, Stavro. You're making a colony sim game yourself in Unity. This is not a colony sim game, no, but I'm sure we're encountering similar problems, right? Pathfinding, dynamic levels, destructible environments. That sort of thing, collision, resolution. How's it going? How's your game project? So let's say, how would I sort this? That there should be a like an STD function to sort through my set, to sort the set based on the size of its value. Or the map, sorry. Let's just Google this quickly. Maybe it's a trivial thing. C++ sort map by value into vector. Sorting standard map by value. I don't want to flip a map. I mean, they're just iterating over it. Yeah, you've been there. You've already been past that. Use HPA star to chunkify your world in clusters so dirties happen on each cluster individually. Clusters also share a dependency for parallel views. HPA star. Human Protein Atlas. Oh, hierarchical pathfinding. Oh, you've gone down the rabbit hole of alternative A stars, huh? This is the one where you sort of zoom out another stage, right? Yeah. Okay, this is a nice drawing. We also have chunks, but it's currently only for like the map. We're using a quad tree to split things up, which does the job just fine for me, but this is what you're talking about, right? I've seen this sort of thing discussed before, where you sort of you split your map into chunks and you draw a line on every like section of the wall that would be traversable to construct a node, because then that way you can even you can work out sort of the basic pathfinding. And you can also know if something's impossible quite early without having to do like a super fine-tuned. You just go straight between nodes. I guess like this diagram here. That's nice. It's cool to see someone using that sort of thing. Quadtree's fine, but only for single-threaded. Yeah, right now everything's single-threaded, so it's handy. We can be lazy sometimes. You need individual chunk tracking with isolated state dependencies so you can do parallel computations. I'm guessing your thing runs like smooth then. I remember there being like a shit ton of work put into like RimWorld and I guess Prison Architect and these sorts of things. Probably also like games like Dwarf Fortress maybe. I don't know how that works under the hood. That's really cool. Do you have your game somewhere I can look at it? I'd love to see. I'm really interested in like game optimization, so it's cool seeing someone come in and say like I've been working my game running on I've been working to make my game run in parallel to run super quick. Tangy TD. What is Tangy TD? Tower defense game? Yeah. I'm also just sticking to single-threaded for now. It simplifies quite a lot. And the game doesn't have multiplayer or anything right now, so that helps. Okay, flood check. Blah 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 blah. Is this valid? I don't know. I don't know. I was just trying to see if there was a really easy way to sort a map by its values. Add you on Discord if you want me to show you. I I have Discord ads turned off. Do you have like a link somewhere I can look at? I have a server as well, but it feels mean for me to ask you to join it and post your stuff, but you can if you want. If you want to share it with other people, I do have a channel on it on Discord, but if you'd rather not, that's fine too. The recently released tower defense game, that's nice. Oh, standard map already sorts using the predicate you define on less. I know Eric Baronin. Is that the game? Did he make the game? Oh, you mean the Stardew Valley guy? Who made Baroni? Different game. That's Concerned Ape. I don't know him personally. Okay. Let me think. Navigation areas. Dot. There's no just like sort, is there? I thought maybe I could do std sort and then navigation areas dot begin. I use a ranges version of the algorithm. Fine. Are you gonna pop that in for me? Is this where I put my predicate? First, last. Maybe I can have my predicate in here. So I basically want to say, I think it's size t. Return count is less than count, or whatever. Count is larger than count. Oh, I guess you have a predicate with mine and his, right? So maybe this dot count, something like that. I don't remember the syntax. I joined your Discord, just reply back to add me. Sure. We can share... Oh, it's private. Yeah. Okay. I'll add you then. I'd love to see. And then I guess you don't want me to share it then. That's fine. Is it... How long have you been developing it for? You want to be like him and you and other cool devs. I don't know if I'm quite as cool as the Stardew Valley guy, but I'm having fun. Gives you inspiration to code. And that's what matters most. Being inspired and just doing it. Getting started. That is very important. I think I've done... I think you need to do left-hand side and right-hand side, right? With a ranges sort. Left-hand side and right-hand side, and you'd say left-hand side dot count is larger than right-hand side, something like that. That's not it though. So I guess you'd have to sort over the map's key set. Is that something I can get in here? How does standard ranges sort? Standard ranges, C++, standard ranges, sort, map. I think we're using C++ 20. Using projections. Okay, this isn't quite it. Multi-map key value. I basically like I have an array. This should be pretty simple, right? I have a map of some arbitrary number. So let's say it's like 50, 103, and 999, and then they have a count associated with them. And 25, 2, and I basically want to produce a array. Oh, I mean, I don't necessarily need the array. No, I think I do want the array. Let me think. You know what? We can just get the small, just get the most popular one. Let's not overcomplicate this if it's unnecessary. You can just be a uint 16T. And then that simplifies this a little bit. I don't need all the nav areas I'm going to overfill. I just need to know if it's not this one. Turn navigation areas dot. And then I basically want to get this, whichever value in the navigation area is largest. You want to make a pixel art game. You have zero knowledge on making games, but you've made pixel art with Aseprite. Isometric. If you specifically want to make isometric, I was going to say Game Maker. I don't know how good Game Maker is for isometric. You might struggle a little bit. You could look that up, because I'd say Game Maker is really good for pixel art stuff. I think Godot or Unity should be perfectly fine. There should be a lot of stuff, a lot of isometric support. You want an engine that makes it easy for you, because writing code in isometric can be a pain in the ass, because it's this weird like orthogonal view where up is actually to the left or to the right. It's complex, and if you don't have much experience in making games, using an engine that might simplify some of that isometric maths for you would be handy. Let's see. Lowest or highest value in map. Max element, something like that. Yes, STD max element. I remember you. That's not it? You want to use the Rangers version, don't you? Good old Stack Overflow. What? This isn't it? Oh, I still have to write the comparator, don't I? Okay, this doesn't really change much, does it? What are you? Size? HS. Maybe it's the other way? This isn't it? What? This isn't it. God. Stack Overflow sucks ever since fucking robots came out. No one's posted on it anymore. Everything's so outdated. Kind of thought this is how this worked. STD max element. Actually, what do you produce? Hang on. Max element, whatever. Const. Auto max element equals blah. Yeah, this isn't working. Could you start with platformers then transition to isometric? You can certainly start with isometric if you have an idea in mind. Whatever you're most passionate to do will be what you find easiest to do for a long time, if that makes sense. I wouldn't start a project you're not interested in, because you'll probably get bored and drop it. Just understand that if you want to do isometric, there is a bit of overhead. If you're happy to learn that, then I think you'll be fine. It's not such a big deal. You're new to C++, you want to try game dev. You want to tell me how far I should be doing C++ in general until you shift to C++ in Unreal? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. You're saying like how much you should know about C++ before you start using it in Unreal? What's your goal? Like if you just want to do Unreal Engine, then just start using it. I don't think... I don't know. Would you like me to, Davro, would you like me to wait until I'm off stream? Or do you want me to watch it like now and like give you my review? I can see the thumbnails. I don't know if you'd rather I didn't like leak your in development game. It's fine, you can watch it. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, this is really cool. You're saying this was all done in parallel? Is all the animation procedural then as well? I'm seeing like a few body parts flying off and about. I really like the block shader. Whatever you're doing on those tiles to have the water work looks lovely. I can imagine that making the transparency work on that water was a pain in the ass. A little sway on the tree is quite cute. Also, like the tiles sort of looking like they're 3D and then sticking out a bit looks really nice. Are they actually 3D, or is it like a shader effect to make the tiles look like they're sticking out? GPU renderer. Man, that's really cool. You got the zoom out. Is this Unity you were saying? This doesn't look like the IMGUI thing. That's awesome. Are you setting like an erosion level or like a visibility level or something? Or you're scrolling and it's showing more of the map? That's really nice. And is everything... I can't really tell what's happening in the zoom out. Is it just a level, or is there like entities moving around? Or is it smoke? There's like artifacts in the video that look like black dots flying around. I can't tell if that's just like an artifact or if it's like birds flying somewhere or something. It's really cool. Thank you for sharing. It's Unity but doesn't run Unity code. It's all burst compiled into native code. Cool. I mean, you're just using the Unity for like the previewing and stuff, right? How goes the game? It's going well, thank you. It's going well. There's particles. Oh, cool. I was just trying to have it so as you blow up walls, it I don't know if I can control Z enough. As you blow up walls, it like flood fills navigation areas, so the enemies know how to find you again once you've blown up a wall and stood on where it was. Anyway, UN16T, Max Element, this isn't it. I don't have any tips on getting good at Python, no. I just get started. This should just be 2 iterators and then a comparator. What am I missing? Candidate template ignored. Do I need to pass in, like, that it's a size T? That... Didn't think that would be the case. Well, I was using std max element, and then you told me not to use it, little compiler. Oh, okay, this isn't it. Good luck. Thank you, Jacob. Good luck. That's why you need to store dirty chunks and process them in the next frame to flood. Oh, you're talking about my nav area thing? Yeah, I'm not worrying about the efficiency of it yet. I just need to have it working first. I was just trying to do like a nice C+E standard ranges thing. I can also just do this. you know, 16T, STD, pair. I'll write this first and then you'll be like, oh, this is how you fix that. Largest nav area. Like you'll see what I'm writing and think, oh, you just write it like this. For const auto area in navigation areas, if area dot second is larger than largest nav area dot second, then largest nav area equals area. Why are you a short?
You cannot just ask people why you were short.
It's a uint 16. Oh, it's an
Yeah,
N16T.
yeah.
I mistyped it. No, it should be an N16. Eh? Why are you short? There's definitely a one-liner to do this. That's all I was trying. But I spent so long trying to write it, I just wasted time. We can do larger than or equal to just because the default will be 0, 0. Whoops. And obviously you want to return... No, it should be uint, right? Yeah, why are you like this, little guy?
You cannot ask people that. Stop it.
Why? Get largest nav area. Connected to. That's what I'm going to call them. Need to sneeze.
Yes.
Thanks.
Curse.
Eh? Oh, this is just wrong. Hang on, let me Google this. Unordered set C++ insert or maybe I'm using this elsewhere. I can also just have a look at that. Come on. Oh, that's actually a little annoying. That's not doing what I wanted it to do. Insert $sign to count. Oh, I thought this would be a size T count, unless it's supposed to size T ref. I kind of thought the idea was like, if it exists, if it doesn't exist, then just insert a blank one. If it does exist, then you get a copy of whatever it is. That's clearly not the case. Yeah. Maybe it's not so simple. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is confused. Because it's a set. Oh. No, wait, you're not. You're not set. You're a map, right? Yeah. I'm kind of confused why I can't bloody do this. Unordered map. Okay, fuck it. Let's just do it like this. We can fix this later when I learn the syntax for this. Actually, is there a... contains... bind, I guess? Just do it shit and then make it better. This is all. That's all I want to do. Why did I have to make it so complicated? That's it. That's all it is. I mean, defaulting to 1 is different, but whatever. Dear. Okay. So... Let's see if it crashes the game, I guess. Get largest nav area connected to floor. So, in my physics system? Or was it collision system? I kind of don't remember. Maybe it was collision system. Ideally, I'd work out which tiles are connected to each other and then do the flood fill there. I'm kind of hungry. I'm also realizing now it's possible that the wall could create new unnavigatable areas. So I think when the map is constructing a new white space, is it just easier to regen the flood fill every time? Feels very expensive. Every time a wall is destroyed, reconstruct all navigation areas. Seems pretty dumb. I guess I could have checked how expensive it was. I'm tired. Okay, let's think. Const, auto, largest nav, nav area. Then what did you just want? Just a floor, right? how long does this take? So these will be all the nav areas we want. This is not how I actually want the algorithm to work. I'm just doing something for debug's sake. I'm kind of getting a bit too hungry to think. I don't know about you, Chris.
Eating. Yum.
I guess push
Maybe
back.
it's time to eat dinner soon.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping to get like an okay point to stop.
How long do you reckon that'll take?
I don't know. I'm just going to do something for 5 minutes and see how this works.
Okay.
And if it doesn't crash, then I'll just pause it here. And then I'll continue this next time. It's always expensive, that's why I use multi-threading. If you could dump the flood refill into a background thread, you could defer collapse the frame into a background thread. Yeah, I mean, very early on, I was discussing like potential, let's see, nav areas. What have you given me? I was discussing multi-threading. I just decided for this project, there's enough going on without me starting thinking about multi-threading as well. I can just, so like the nice thing is the game is low fidelity anyway, so I can get away with more expensive things. If you see what I've got on screen, it's not that many tiles. So if I put if I make an okay flood fill algorithm, at worst, it's checking like a few thousand tiles, which is not great, but the level also generates like that, like the entire level, which includes doing that flood fill the first time. So I'm mostly concerned about explosions lagging the game out, of course. So I was saying maybe I could defer it, like I could say the nav areas get constructed over a number of frames or another ticks. It's possible. For now, that's an over-optimization because we haven't actually seen it work yet. So let's see. Nav areas. We've just got one. That makes sense. I'm going to not standard abort here. I'm just going to do volatile in I equals 0. Just to have somewhere to put a breakpoint. And basically, I want to try blowing up a wall that is connected to a non-traversable space. If you would like to run. Yeah, we're not, that's why we're doing everything in this sort of orderly way. Because look, right now, explosion stuff works just fine. But the navigation area these are all in is like 0 or something. So the mice can obviously find me with line of sight pathing, which they can do just fine. But if I go behind a wall, or if I go out of line of sight, I think they should struggle. I mean, the anti-air is working. I think when they make their decision if they want to shoot you or not, if they want to chase you... Oh, I'm going to die. At some point, they decide to chase you based on if they can see... Based on if you're in the same navigation area or not. Like, they just don't bother A-star pathing. Oh, look at this. You see this? He's confused, because this space that we've just created with the rocket launcher doesn't quite exist. Like, the navigation area is incorrect. Obviously, we go here, he navigates just fine. It's kind of cool. And my idea was to basically just flood fill this new area that's been created and give it the same navigation area ID as this. It's very cheap and dirty. It's cool, right? I was talking about this earlier, but because the game's so... You know, it's just big blocky tiles. You can get away with pretty expensive calculations because they're only happening a handful of times. Like each of these rockets as it's colliding is doing like a capsule test against the wall, so it's actually quite... You know, the hitboxes for things are pretty much perfect. It's quite nice. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to toggle full screen. So yeah, it's just why I'm like not too worried about the flood fill. Like, look, I can restart, I can generate a level like this fast. And every time I click this button, it's generating the entire map and doing the flood fill. So I think if I can write an okay algorithm when I explode to just do a local flood fill in just these, it should be like cheap as chips, right? I see the game's not crashing when I'm doing this. That's a good sign. Let's see. So this is an intraversable area. The space in here should have a different nav ID. Let's see. I mean, nav ID is 1 probably just because it's in the main area, right? Hang on. If I no clip into some space like here, your nav area is 29. Okay, that makes sense. That's the area of this little space in here. But now if I destroy the wall here, now I should get 1 again. Which I do. See? I'm getting 0 because I think that's the nav area of the rocket debris, like the tile that was a wall was given nav area 0. But then the largest one connected to the other spaces will be 1. So one area will be the little space I'm in and the other one will be over there. I think that makes sense. Because this gives you the biggest one. Don't overthink it. You're paranoid because your colony center is huge. I keep getting paranoid, but then I remember stuff like the game will run at like 5,000 FPS in release. So maybe it's okay to do a few expensive things. Okay, I'm just going to leave myself a comment. I'm going to stop here for now. Because I'm too hungry to keep working. We've done this stuff. Nice. Here we go. So, to do. When a wall is destroyed, when all walls are destroyed, work out the largest connected nav area. I think we are already doing this just fine. 2. Flood fill the fill from the destroyed tiles, only going to a neighbor if its nav area isn't equal to the largest nav area from last step. Worries. Diagonals? Could I accidentally leave some tiles with wrong areas? Would be nice somehow to draw the nav area of a tile. Not sure best approach. Will be expensive. You're running a debug, yeah. And I'm also using ECS. So like there's a million entities and I think I've been told entity works pretty bad in debug mode. It takes too long to build release though, so I'm not testing it for now. But yeah. Should be cool. It's looking good, right? You're also using ECS. Hell yeah, buddy. It's glorious, isn't it? Good work today, me. That's a nice 5 hours. Look, we got rockets that blow up when they hit a wall, and it generates space behind it that you can move around in. Isn't that cool? And look, the bullets react as expected with the wall. I obviously should create like a spark or something, but yeah. Make a bunch of mice. Give a player god mode quickly. Whoops. The mice explosions. If I give the mice rocket launchers, they should blow up the level 2. I'm not going to do that right now because it will lag the fuck out, but you know. Pretty cool, right? And again, like, if they've already got line of sight on you, they will track you just fine. Like, A-star does work if you're in this section. They use A-star if they can't get a line of sight on you. It's just when they decide to switch to A-star, they first check if there's line of sight or not. If they're already using A-star to path to you and you were at one point in the same navigation area, then it's fine. So I should probably have that as a check. For enemies, when deciding to use A-star, they check nav areas. It seems that if they're already chasing you, but you go into a weird nav area, the A star glitches out. No. A star's reaching. Hey Pizzaru. Yeah, A star. So we use A star if they don't have line of sight on you. You can see I can actually draw it on the enemy. If they have line of sight to you, they'll just use line of sight, and you know, occasionally they'll strafe randomly, but they'll move to you with line of sight. Do you see here? Path, none. If it goes green, if I go out of line of sight, he should try and run to me. Yeah, you see LOS means line of sight. It goes A star, you see, if I go like around a wall. See? The A star seems to be having some problems. When did that start? That's new. The A star was having no problems before. Oh, maybe it's not having problems. I think he's just randomly not moving. Sorry. Like, when he's moving at you, he doesn't always, like, perfectly chase you. Check if you're doing diagonals. The A-star stuff was absolutely perfect before I started fucking around with the map like I am now, so I think I might have broken something. If you go back a few streams ago to where we implemented it, you'll see it just working perfectly. I think what's happening is he's just randomly pathing, which is intended. So he's... Yeah, like, we're in this newly created space, it's glitching the fuck out, but... Oh, actually, that's a good point. Regarding, are you checking diagonals? Let me think for a moment. So previously we were, yeah, A-star's getting really confused with the broken areas. Hang on a moment. Over here. You should path around this perfectly. And he does. Yeah, it's just the new areas. I wouldn't worry about it. In the pathfinding area, you can see here, it's possible that I'm still using my old function to check for collision. I'm not. Regardless, I'm going to stop here because it's been long enough, right? Path exists, yeah. So this is where it's glitching out, right? It says it's working exactly as intended. It's working exactly as intended because although it's drawing a star in the label, that's what he wants to use. But in here, I just have a quick check to see are you in the same navigation area. If not, use line of sight. So when we're in the diagonal there, I guess we were in a two incompatible navigation areas. So he was trying to do line of sight, which is why he was getting stuck in the corner, because line of sight would take him in the corner. That completely makes sense. I think that's perfectly fine as well. Whenever we fix the navigation areas and do that flood fill, A-star should work again perfectly. Get some food, come back stronger. I might stop programming for the day. It's been about 5 hours. I might go do something else for a bit. You got your game working with an infinite world at 4000 FPS or so. Nice. Yeah, data-oriented is the best. I've been enjoying it. But yeah, I'm gonna go make some food now. I hope you guys have liked the stream. I think it's been pretty fun. Yeah, my to-dos, we'll fix this stuff next time, I guess. Yeah, good work, me. Did you like the stream? I hope so. Peace out, see you next time. Yeah, thanks for sharing your game. I wish you luck with your development. It looks great so far. Yeah. Bye-bye. See ya. W stream. Hell yeah. Thanks for sticking around. Good night. Bye-bye. See ya.